Welcome. This is the Late Late Show of BT reviews with security and law are being provided to you, the public. This is the weekend, not our regular time, but because we are, keep in mind that we have more of an industrial contribution. So we have an unofficial last show of the season that's going to be Monday, February 29th. So because of that, we are including this weekend, same time, but it's still considered a special show. And we'll still do the viewing, and then the exception to the show is we mentioned we posted that the viewing marathon was going to be of Nurse Jackie, but because since this is a special show, we are doing ASSATA. It's going to, because of that, it's going to be, the viewing is going to be RuPaul's Drag Race. I had mentioned before when we were on a break that during the break, one of the reads was ASSATA, and this was before Dallas Buyers Club, so it was suggested. And so what we're going to do for the show is we're just going to go ahead and go through it. And I was thinking about, doing some type of, I don't know, like I spec'd it out, like doing some type of, I don't know, you can see, doing like a film with regards to like what's going on now in terms of Dallas Buyers Club and the six. So you might get a feel of that from today's show. So if you had a chance to pick that up and review that, this show is going to be the time where we're not going to go from, of course, we're not going to go from the front to the end, but it will be, the show BT version. We haven't reintegrated the beat back into the show, however, so because of that, we're going to do something that I've already pre-recorded, and I did a song, I did a version of a contribution of Rick Ross, so that's going to be chosen throughout the show. When you need a breath of fresh air or a break. So of course there's no publishings because of ASSATA. However, we are going to finish up the Buzz compilation. So we're going to continue that. And then we're going to ASSATA. And also, because we are doing ASSATA, I guess before we go into that, we're going to begin with this is what I'm calling it, my United Nations patriotic song of my choice. And if nothing came to your mind, which would be my United Nations patriotic song of my choice, it's Sia Chandelier. So that, along with two character screening songs, Bugatti Remix and Bugatti, will follow that. And if you're still with us, enjoy the remainder of the show. But before we go into the patriotic song of my choice and the character, just because it's ASSATA, and that whole like misperception of being FBI wanted and the reality versus the truth versus misperception versus miseducation. I feel it's necessary to do something with regards to character to kind of keep perspective, keep the audience in perspective, we have the public in perspective, and move forward. with to get perspective. So yes, I have my butterscotch. So as a reminder, the Buzz compilation was from my comedy special, and so it included Cosmopolitan and Playboy, various months of 2015 and 2016. So we're going to begin with the Buzz compilation. Live it up. Who got it? So we have a matcha white hot chocolate. A matcha white hot chocolate, but it looks kind of, if this is it, it looks kind of green. A matcha white hot chocolate. Live it up. So, are we play it cool here? What about play it cool here? Yes to both. Under $50. So yeah, the songs that we're gonna do with regards to characters, where that came from. I woke up under $50. So under 50 bucks. You got it. So we got a t-shirt. Forever 21. So are we Charlie XCX, Taylor Swift, Rihanna, or Ariana Grande? So evidently we're Charlie XCX, Taylor Swift, and Rihanna, but not Ariana Grande. Three easy outfits: girls' night out, hang time, or Monday morning. Which are you? So evidently we are not girls' night out. However, we got hang time and Monday morning. Now it's time for boots for your body. Platform sole, knee high, or low ankle. Of course, the middle one is knee high, and this is platform sole. And yes, we are all of the above. Make a match. Who got it? Yeah, with Bag Walter Steiger. Safe to sexy. And we can't forget skanky. Who got it? Dress, jumpsuit, or blouse? Blouse, jumpsuit, dress. Evidently, we represented all of the above. And believe it or not, that is it for the Buzz compilation. So now back to the patriotic song of my choice, followed with 2 character screen songs. So I guess you've been advised the character screening songs, Bugatti remix and Party girls, don't get hurt, can't feel anything. When will I learn? I push it down, I push it down. I'm the one for a good time, call phones blowing up, ringing my doorbell. I feel the love, I feel the love. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, drink. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, drink. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, drink. Roll on back till I lose count. I'm gonna swing from the chandelier, from the chandelier. Gonna live like tomorrow doesn't exist, like it doesn't exist. I'm gonna fly like a bird in the night, feel my tears as they dry. I'm gonna swing from the chandelier, from the chandelier, but I'm holding on for dear life. Won't look down, won't open my eyes. Keep my glass till until morning light, 'cause I'm just holding on for tonight. Help me, I'm holding on for dear life. Won't look down, won't open my eyes. Keep my glass full until morning light, 'cause I'm just holding on for tonight, on for tonight. Sun is up, I'm a mess, gotta get out now, gotta run from this. Here comes the shame, here comes the shame. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, drink. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, drink. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, drink. Going back till I lose count. I'm gonna swing from the chandelier, from the chandelier. I'm gonna live like tomorrow doesn't exist, like it doesn't exist. I'm gonna fly like a bird in the night, but my chances they dry. I'm gonna swing from the chandelier, from the chandelier, but I'm holding on for dear life. Won't look down, won't open my eyes. Keep my glass filled until morning light, 'cause I'm just holding on for tonight. Help me, I'm holding on for dear life. Won't look down, won't open my eyes. Keep my glass full until morning light. Cause I'm just holding on for tonight. On for tonight. On for tonight. Cause I'm just holding on for tonight. Oh, I'm just holding on for tonight. On for tonight. On for tonight. Cause I'm just holding on for tonight. Cause I'm just holding on for tonight. Oh, I'm just holding on for tonight. On for tonight. On for tonight. I come looking for you with Haitians. I stay smoking on good Jamaican. Bitches from different races. You get money, they started hating. I woke up in a new Bugatti. 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 Okay, niggas be. Hold up. I'm doing a remix first, if you needed to know. So I guess let me just say this, my little disclaimer, because that ASSATA transcends that miseducation about FBI's most wanted, and that the reality has to be acknowledged and appreciated. Um, because that is where law is. That is what law and justice is supposed to be about. So of course, if it is that easy, within just speaking the character screen, it is that easy for you to hear, Bugatti remakes and Bugatti. You go from Chandelier, but then when you hear Bugatti remakes and Bugatti, you you know you just you have to admit to yourself that you're not fit to go forward with regards to this show with law. If it's that easy for you to just go into, whatever, as opposed to experiencing it with the law that ASSATA not only has but stands for. Because the point is, I don't know, what is the point? Contribution with regards to law when it comes to FBI most wanted, reality. Reality is not having to go into court with regards to a criminal charge when a criminal is charging you. That is not reality when it comes to justice and law. and no one should be expected to enter a court of law with regard to a charge that a criminal attempted to charge. So anyway, if you are in that one where you're like a criminal charging someone that isn't from here in Bugatti Remix, then you're just not fit. But if you got this show after these two character screenings, then maybe you are. So the remix first, and then the other. I'm looking for you with Haitians. I stay smoking on good Jamaican. Bitches from different races. You get money, they started hating. I woke up in a new Bugatti. 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 Woke up in a new Bugatti. Taps all over my body. Getting real money, niggas saying, oh, me, man, y'all need a new hobby. But they won't talk to me what they gonna say. I bought you a water boy, old top 2K, y'all. 2K, I don't really play games, but I keep 2Ks. Damn, why do you do them like that? Pull up in the drop with a inside back. Couple weeks old, Bugattis and went gold. You didn't even know I deserve that plaque. We the best, running every summer. In fact, July 16, bringing the real back, bro. I woke up in a new Bugatti. I'm like, diamonds look like niggas be snapping the flip, balling and blow 50 racks in the zip. I back in the whip with your bitch, a new in the back of the six. These rappers is sick, cause my homies got whips and rappers ain't get. Just cracking these bricks and I package just sipping. I'm switching them floor. I took in this bitch and I been hit with y'all. And she back on my zip. I get to the door and get back at your bitch like, hold up. Walk with all my jewelry on me, plus a Rolls Royce and that's a new Bugatti. I woke up in a new Bugatti. And it's paid for, nigga. Got right, stack 'em up like Lego, nigga. I'm up, G, I don't play with no nigga, multi-millionaire, self-made hoe, nigga. HUSTLE game for that. God, we trust, we bang. I'm a new Bugatti. I got a few young highs wanna get pop it right. Put in the light. Nigga got ice when it don't look right. Buy a brick and it don't cook right. I for a rat sit tight. I got a bag full of tools, someday the moon. All I want is money to fame to you. I graduated out of radio school, so all I know is go like I'm trained to do right now. To my pedal, to the metal mashing out. I let top down, the phantom drop. Blowing, I'm higher than astronaut. When you see me, cashing up. Walking to bought half the lot. You keep carrying on, you getting carried out because I don't take ass from just pass them out. Is this worth getting blasted about? No, for real. Is it worth getting blasted about? I woke up in a new Bugatti. I come looking for you with Haitian. Bitches from different races. I woke up in a new Bugatti. Fresh rips. Candy on that money dip. 500, I'm hood rich. Put in work, did 100 flips. Been about them mansions to Staten Island, we packing. Rich gang, we uptown. Hard body and macking. Tool on that back. Money in that power. Mansion on that beach. Blood red Bugatti. But on my bitch, blow a meal like it's $1. Stunt. I woke up in a new Bugatti. I come looking for you with Haitian. You get money, they started hating. I woke up in a new Bugatti. I come looking for you with Haitians. I woke up in a new. I'm sick of y'all niggas talking crazy. Hot spin, they can't debate it. I didn't really know, but I know it was coordinating. Underrated. I'm on a. You know, turn into the. Congratulations. Say name one that's rocking with them, flow like 100 rand chopper. Made a way out of the jungle. Now they in trouble. I used to be humble. It's recently flooded my neck and wrist. Told all them crazy to suck on his dick. Woke up in a new Bugatti. Are you still with us? My patriotic isms. Are you still there? With Haitians, I stay smoking on good Jamaican. After bitches from different races, you get money, they started hating. I woke up in a new Bugatti. 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 Okay, be hating, I'm rich as a bitch. 100K, I spend that on my wrist. $200, spend that on your bitch. You and your mother put that on my list. Oh, they going that foreign again. The steam bring the coroner in. Murder, she wrote, swallow a choke. Hit her and go, I won't call her again. Woke up early morning. Crib as big as a college. Smoke me a pan of the loudest. Whipping no mileage. Diamonds cost me a fortune. Them horses all in them Porsches. You pussies can't hardly afford it. 4,200 my mortgage. Balling them like all you haters, you bore me. On the rear, get a piece of the plate. Running my city, I'm running my state. Give me a pistol, then run with the case. One piece, then I visit your place. Bang. I come looking for you with Haitians. I stay smoking on good Jamaican. Half the bitches from different races. You get money, they started hating. I woke up in a new Bugatti. 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 I woke up. Yeah, at it again. There go the flow breaking tragedy in. Caught me a chain, your salary spent. Yeah, sweet, bring them cavities in. Counting money, I only trend. Rolling them skinny like squares. Counting pins, next for the gold Olympian. Blowing that checks on the gear. Falling, then hop on the lid. Shot with them choppers, back of the rear. Back with them here. Woke up early morning. Mine is telling me money. Paper, moolah. Pockets as fat as a tumor. Millionaire nigga, no rumor. Living my life off a tuna. Wanted with me, I deliver the beef. Rich only enjoying the feast. Pull up a seat, bon appetit. No lubricants with that bread on your sleeve. Bang. I'm looking for you with Haitians. I stay smoking on good Jamaican. From bitches from different races. You get money, they started hating. I woke up in a new Bugatti. 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 photographs of dope boys. It's all it take is fingerprints on the Rolls Royce. It's why they hate and push a button on these broke boys. Is that a nation walker rolls and riches bare feet? I watch struggle now, living carefree. That's why I hustle for the half a key. That's 12 G's. I'm trying to bubble every summer, new LP. You gotta love me. I got shooters out the D League. Signing bonus hit that man, that's from 30 feet. Left in the puddle, fingerprints is on 100 mil. And what it is, we a trill. Yeah. I come looking for you with Haitians. I stay smoking on good Jamaican. Bitches from different races. You get money, they started hating. I woke up in a new Bugatti. 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 All right. Now we're gonna begin. So, if you don't know, we included a ASSATA Cuba Dallas Buyers Club into the show. Just because the Dallas Buyers Club is relevant to the 6 offenders. And it's a little different when it's when the justice was put in like the celebrity world. It's a little different. It's not as simple as picking somebody up and like arresting them for the charge of child molestation, because the industry go about things a little differently. So we're gonna start. So again, it's this. All right. And I'm gonna start with the foreword, and we're gonna take it all the way through. At the time, ASSATA was being held nearby in the Middlesex County Correctional Facility for Men. Lennox Hines, a member of the Rutgers faculty, had invited me to be one of the featured speakers at the benefit. Attending the benefit event were Rutgers faculty members, a sizable number of Black professionals, and local activists who were the mainstay of numerous campaigns to free the political prisoners of that era. By then, every radical activist had learned to assume that our public meetings were subject to routine police and/or FBI surveillance. ASSATA, Zaid Shakur, and Sundiata Kali had been stopped on the New Jersey Turnpike by state troopers who claimed that they had a faulty taillight. This caused the officers to become more visibly nervous, including one who pulled a riot gun from his police car and proceeded to aim at Lennox from close range. I relate this incident in detail because it may help readers of ASSATA's autobiography not only to focus on the political role of the police during the 1970s, but also to better understand important historical aspects of the routine racial profiling associated with current police practices. Such a historical perspective is especially important today, when brazen expressions of structural racism, such as the pattern of mass imprisonment to which communities of color are subjected, are rendered invisible by the prevailing moral panic over crime. In this ideological context, political prisoners like Assata Shakur, Mubia Abu Jamal, and Leonard Peltier are represented in popular political discourse as criminals who deserve either to be executed or to spend the rest of their lives behind bars. Why, indeed, was she constructed by the government and mass media as a consummate enemy in the 1970s, only to re-emerge at the turn of the century as a singular target of governors, Congress, and the Fraternal Order of Police? Black militants were assumed to be enemies of the state and were associated with communist challenges to capitalist democracy. And that's the foreword, or that's a foreword. So again, this is the Late Show BT version. Views with security and the law version. The publication of this extraordinary autobiography, this is another foreword. The publication of this extraordinary autobiography provides a rare opportunity to see behind the carefully orchestrated distortions of fact concerning the life and motivations of ASSATA Shakur. She writes about her experiences not as a historical icon seeking to crystallize the official life, but as one whose experiences searching for change can provide a key to her own life and to all those others who, as she so vividly puts it, have been locked by the lawless, gagged by the greedy, and for whom a wall is just a wall and nothing more at all. Since ASSATA touches only lightly on the events that led to her being a target for police fire on the New Jersey Turnpike in 1973 and on the flimsy evidence on which she was finally convicted in 1977, I will attempt to sketch some of the details that contribute to the fearsome image generated by the state and perpetrated in the media. I first met ASSATA Shakur in 1973. She lay in the hospital close to death. Did I say death? Handcuffed to her bed while state, local, and federal police attempted to question her. The pertinent and unimpeachable documents collected in the Church Committee report of the Senate Select Committee to study governmental operations with respect to intelligence activities were also reprinted in that book. In addition, the findings of the Domestic Intelligence Subcommittee headed by Senator Walter Mondale, which were published by the U.S. Government Printing Office in 1976, provided incontrovertible documentation of this government-sponsored conspiracy against the civil and human rights of all sorts of political activists, and most particularly Black people. As is now clear, a carefully orchestrated intelligence and counterintelligence campaign was conducted by the FBI in cooperation with state and local law enforcement agencies designed to criminalize, defame, harass, and intimidate ASSATA, beginning at least in 1971. By the time ASSATA Shakur was shot and captured on the New Jersey Turnpike on May 2nd, 1973, she was wanted for a number of most serious crimes. Massive prejudicial publicity had been generated by the Federal Bureau of Investigation, the New York City Police Department, to create an image of dangerousness and to convict her in every aspect of the misdemeanor before any trial. I would look out my window, and there in the middle of Harlem, in front of my house, would be two white men sitting and reading the newspaper. A photograph alleged to be ASSATA Shakur taken at the scene of a bank robbery in August 1971 appeared on a full-page advertisement in the New York Daily News on July 10, 1972. Beneath the picture, in bold capital letters, was the name Joanne Deborah Chesimard. The photograph had been released by the FBI and the U.S. Attorney's Office to the New York Clearinghouse Association, a banks association, which placed the ad in posters. On February the 12th, 1973, 4 months before ASSATA was apprehended on the New Jersey Turnpike, New York Magazine published an article under the title Target Blue, written by Robert Daly, an excerpt of this book of the same title. He followed the car for 2 miles until it was close to the administration building before he pulled it over because the light was better and there was more security. In the history of New Jersey, no woman, pre-trial detainee, or prisoner had ever been treated as she was, continuously confined in a men's prison under 24-hour surveillance of her most intimate functions, without intellectual sustenance, adequate medical attention and exercise, and without the company of other women for all the years she was in their custody. We filed one civil rights lawsuit after another complaining of the barbarous treatment selectively meted out to her with limited success. Another bitter irony of her situation is that during the course of those years of waiting trial in New Jersey, the many other charges that caused her to become a fugitive, leading to the shootout of the New Jersey Turnpike, were dropped for lack of evidence, were dismissed or resulted in acquittal, and yet the physical conditions under which she was held worsened at best. Once again, the manipulation of facts by the media became a substitute for reality. None of the acquittals or dismissals were publicized. The sheer number of these baseless charges supports the contention held by many people that the extraordinary efforts of the state of New Jersey to get ASSATA Shakur convicted, notwithstanding the flimsy evidence, were undertaken to justify the fabricated image of mad dog killer that it failed so humiliatingly to get her convicted in New York State and federal courts. Other experts testified that the neutron activation analysis administered by the police right after the shootout showed no gun residue on her fingers, meaning she had not shot a weapon. It had been and is my view that it was the racism in Middlesex County, fueled by biased, inflammatory publicity in the local press before and throughout the trial, fanned by the documented governmental lawlessness, that made it possible for the white jury to convict ASSATA on the uncorroborated, contradictory, and generally incredible testimony of Trooper Harper, the only other witness to the events on the 10th. As long as members of Congress, still intimidated by scam, are afraid to antagonize the FBI, and as long as FBI guidelines were drafted internally by the FBI, and as long as the Justice Department is subject to the political imperatives of the president, monitored only within the system but without public accountability, we are all in danger of the kinds of repression and government secrecy that victimized Martin Luther King, Malcolm X, Viola Uzo, Medgar Evers, Fred Hampton, Obadeli Amari, ASSATA Shakur, and many other brothers and sisters whose ideas and advocacy are threatening to the administration. Now for ASSATA. And I believe that seeds grow into sprouts and in the blood of infinity. I have seen the destruction of the daylight and seen bloodthirsty maggots prayed to and saluted. I have seen the kind become the blind, and the blind become the bind in one easy lesson. I have eaten crow and blunder bread and breathed the stench of indifference. I have been locked by the lawless, handcuffed by the haters, gagged by the greedy. I believe in birth. And I believe that a lost ship steered by tired, seasick sailors can still be guided home to port. In the background, I could hear what sounded like gunfire. But the others were all busy around the car, searching it. I felt myself being dragged by the feet across the pavement. Being moved was agony, but the blankets were worth it. When they burst, my whole chest shattered. Everyone seems to be waiting. Another one then tries to fingerprint me, but he has trouble because my hand is dead. Did I say dead? They begin to ask me questions, but a bunch of doctors come in. One of them, who appears to be the head doctor, examines me. I am glad as I could be to see her. What is your name? She keeps asking, enunciating each syllable in the way that people talk to someone who has trouble hearing or understanding. It isn't that bad, I remember thinking. That man will never know how much better he made me feel at that moment. They began to move the stretcher. Because I have to move around, the x-rays are painful, but the technician is cool. The room is dark, but there is some light. One of the troopers says, "That's what's going to happen to you before the night is over if you don't tell us what we want to know." Bastards. I just have to be myself, strong, stay as strong as I can, and do my best. The priest is mumbling and seems to be rubbing something on my forehead. I can barely talk, and each time she asks me to repeat myself, I feel like screaming. They hurl question after question at me, acting crazier than before. One place, the nice cop who was trying to save me from the bad cop, if only I will cooperate. Their voices begin to sound far away. They are glad I am being moved because the police are driving them crazy. There is a sitting room, a huge hospital-equipped room where I am kept, a den, a kitchen, a full bathroom, and another little room whose purpose I will never learn. They transfer me to the bed and handcuff one of my legs to the side rail. They seem to be under the impression that somebody is going to try and break me out. I feel better. But the main focus of their question centers around the guy that got away. Burning tears pour down my face and my whole head is throbbing. He says he knows how terrible I must feel and makes a big deal of protesting that I am chained to the bed. He keeps on talking and after a while pulls a chair close to the bed. You ever been there? I never saw him again. But to this day, I'm convinced he was some kind of police or FBI agent. Well, not really, but the punch, bang, poke, and prod part of my troubles ended. My leg had begun to swell, and she had instead insisted they loosen it and that the cuff be covered with gauze. Of course, as soon as she was gone, they tightened it again, but the gauze helped somewhat. I could tell by the little things she said and did that she knew what was going on. One morning she came in as usual, and after she had finished her normal routine, she reached behind the bed, pulled at something, and then handed me an electric call button on a cord. Anytime you need me or need anything from the nurses, just press this button, she said. Later, when she returned to the room, after the troopers realized I had the call button, one came in behind her. After that, whenever the police came within 2 feet of my bed, I would push the button. Finally, they gave up the idea of beating on me and contented themselves with threats and other kinds of harassment. Other times, I was invited to a game of Russian roulette. They all expressed a bitter hatred for me. He went on to say that the white race had invented everything because they were smart and worked hard, that other races wanted to riot and use terrorism to take everything the white race had worked so hard to get. I had a hard time keeping my mouth shut. He talked about empires, the Roman, the Greek, the Spanish, the British. He told me white people created empires because they were more civilized than the rest of the world. When I was in the Black Panther Party, we used to call the police fascist pigs. But I had called them fascists, not because I believed they were Nazis, but because of the way they acted in our communities. As many times as I had referred to police as fascists, these shocked me by the truth of my own rhetoric. I later learned that if the state troopers in New Jersey were started by a German, that their uniforms were, I later learned that the state troopers in New Jersey were started by a German, that their uniforms were patterned after some type of German uniform, very similar to the uniform South African police wear, that they are notorious for stopping Black, Hispanic, and long-haired people on the turnpike and beating, harassing, and arresting them. My chest was feeling better, but I still could hardly breathe. I thought I was past the point of needing an operation, but I wasn't sure if it was because of the painkillers they had given me or because I was really getting better. Every day I asked them to contact my lawyer, and every day they said they had tried, but there was no answer. Whoever said that no news is good news had to be out of his mind. At first, I didn't believe them, but they were too glib and arrogant. He's thinking about his hide, and you better think about yours. Their line had to be the oldest in the book. Divide and conquer has always been their motto. When they realized I wasn't going to talk, they began to leave. I'm disappointed, but I feel a lot better. Whatever it is, it can't be too bad, I think. You are also charged under complaint number S119979 by Detective Sergeant Toronto of the New Jersey State Police, who says that on the 2nd of May, 1973, within the township of East Brunswick, County of Middlesex, that you did commit an atrocious assault and battery upon New Jersey State Trooper James Hoffer by shooting, wounding, and maiming the said James Hoffer with a handgun, then and there discharged by the defendant, all in violation of NJS2A 90-1. In the second count, you are charged by the said officer who says that defendant Joanne Deborah Chesimard did on the aforementioned date and place unlawfully and illegally assault the said James Hopper with intent to kill, murder, and slay him by use of a handgun. then and there, held by the defendant, all in violation of NJS 2890-2. And further charges in the third count that the aforementioned defendant did at the above mentioned time and place commit an unlawful and illegal assault and battery on a law enforcement officer, to wit, one James Harper, a duly sworn trooper of the New Jersey State Police, by discharging a firearm and wounding the said James Harper, all in violation of NJS 2A90-4. You are further being charged under S119981 with one count wherein Detective Sergeant Toronto charges you on the 2nd day of May 1973 within the township of East Brunswick, County of Middlesex, that you did unlawfully, illegally, and with malice aforethought cause or effect the murder of James Costin, aka Zaid Shakur, while resisting or avoiding a lawful arrest, then and there being affected by New Jersey State Trooper James Harper, all in violation of NJS 2A113-2. I imagine myself being tried right there in the bed with no lawyer. She is the most beautiful sight in the world. They move toward her like they are going to beat her up. She has her hair wrapped in a turban and she looks so pale. When I read the book about Black women, I felt the spirits of those sisters feeding me, making me stronger. Black women have been struggling and helping each other to survive the blows of life since the beginning of time. The world, in spite of oppression, is a beautiful place. I was definitely getting better. They were even unchaining me so that I could hobble to the bathroom every now and then with the help of the nurse. I was still weak, and when I returned from the bathroom, I would flop on the bed as if I had just accomplished a great physical feat. I had 3 bullet holes. On my FBI wanted poster, they list my birth date as July 16th, 1947, and in parentheses, not substantiated by birth records. I lived with my mother, my aunt, now Evelyn Williams, and my grandmother, Lulu Hill, and my grandfather, Frank Hill, in a house in the Bricktown section of Jamaica, New York. The only thing I remember about that house is the backyard, which I loved, and the huge dog next door. It had a wraparound porch with a big green swing and, of course, rose bushes in the front yard and a pecan tree in the back. My grandfather originally thought that the house had belonged to my great-grandfather, Papa Link, short for Lincoln, but they found out he had only been given the use of the house for his lifetime. My grandparents were forced to buy the house again. Who's better than you? Don't let anybody tell you that they're better than you. I was to be polite and respectful to adults, to say good morning or good evening as I passed the neighbor's house. Any kind of back talk or sass was simply out of the question. She would send me to the store with clear instructions on what to bring back. You tell them that you don't want any garbage, and you better not come back with any, she would warn me. Scared to death of the fuss my grandmother would make if she had to go to the store herself, I would hurry back to the store, prepared to raise almighty hell. We're not raising you up to be mistreated, you hear. But the lessons that they taught me, more than anything else I learned in life, helped me to deal with the things I would face growing up in America. Although my grandmother taught me more about being proud and strong than anyone I know, she had a lot of Booker T. Washington, pull yourself up by the bootstraps, talented 10th ideas. She always wanted to play ball, and I was scared to death. Did I say death? That the ball was going to roll into the park where they kept the dead. Did I say dead? People and ends up in the mouth of some corpse. My grandmother and I waged a standoff battle damn near until I was grown. But to my young mind, life in Wilmington was exciting. They say that he would tear down the colored and white-only signs and break the Jim Crow laws at whim. He would go around demanding his rights and denouncing the oppression of Black people. And it is logical that no one who loved him felt the least bit comfortable until he was long gone. They called him Wild Willie, or that crazy Indian. He was supposedly Black and Cherokee, but people called him that because of his nature. I have also heard that they were in the bootleg business. Black people were forbidden to go many places, and that included the beach. The popular name for the beach was Bop City, although my grandparents insisted on calling it Freeman's Beach. It wasn't until I was grown and began to read Black history that I discovered the significance of the name. For me, the beach was a wonderful place, and to this day, there is no place on this earth that I love more. I have never seen a beach more beautiful than it was then. Before they decided to build a canal right through the property of my grandparents, it is now just a pale shadow of what it used to be, most of it destroyed by erosion. But back then, there were majestic sand dunes covered with tall seagrass where my cousins and I would build forts, houses, and sometimes cities. The sand was fine and clean, and in the beginning of summer, could just find just about every imaginable kind of seashell. With fragments of pirates and the Bobbsey twins floating around, I would sit looking out at the ocean and think about everything. Because there is no road to our beach, the paved road ended with the white section. My grandparents had to pay for a dirt road and parking lot to be laid over the sand. All kinds of people would come to the beach, some with a little money and some that you could tell were real poor. In all the years I spent on that beach, only one or two people hassled me. The people who came to the beach fascinated me. There were lots of lovers, and I spent some of my time spying on them in the parking lot, but they weren't too interesting. But watching families was better on their picnics with their fried chicken, potato salads, and watermelons. A lot of poor people came to the beach. Usually, a lot of little children were with them, and they wouldn't have bathing suits. They went swimming in whatever clothes they had worn to the beach, and half the time the little kids wore nothing. But the umbrellas for rent went like hotcakes. Some of them refused to go near the water because they were afraid their hair would go bad. I remember one time a preacher brought an old lady to the beach. I love to eat, still do, and the beach was right up my alley. Fats Domino, Nat King Cole, Chuck Berry, Little Richard, the Platters, Brooke Benson, Bobby Blue Bland, not Band, Bland, James Brown, Dinah Washington, Maxine Brown, Big Maybell were some of the people I listened to during those beach years. At night, my cousins, who sometimes came over to work on the beach, told ghost stories. My imagination was vivid. And before the night was over, the seagrass turned to monsters and the wind made ghost howls. My grandfather's favorite one goes like this. He was driving home in a terrible storm one night. It seems that the white citizens of Wilmington and Carolina Beach were not at all happy that my grandparents had dared to build on the land and to start a colored business. I don't know for a fact that they were card-carrying members of the Klan, but judging from their behavior, I think they were. But then, of course, they weren't wearing their sheets. That man turned as red as a redneck can turn and started to back his car up. Every day when we drove from the house on 7th Street to the beach, we passed a beautiful park with a zoo. I thought that she had to be the meanest woman on the face of the earth. When we were on the beach, we shopped at Carolina Beach. Of course, persistent creature that I am, I always asked to be taken on the rides, knowing full well what the answer would be. One summer, my mother and sister and I were walking down the boardwalk. My mother was spending part of her summer helping my grandparents in the business. My mother went over to the ticket booth and began talking. Anybody, no matter who they were, will come right off the boat and get more rights and respect than American-born blacks. Mrs. Perkins' school was the closest thing to nursery school that black people in Wilmington had, but she didn't play that baby play stuff. Of course, our school was segregated, but the teachers took more of an interest in our lives because they lived in our world, in the same neighborhoods. I remember being taught that World War II was the war to end all wars. Well, we know that was a lie because there was World War II. I remember being taught that World War I was the war to end all wars. Well, we know that was a lie because there was World War II. But the wars we had on the way home from school and in the playground were anything but glorious. Besides the cuts and scratches we received on our battleground, we were likely to get spanked for fighting or for getting our clothes dirty. I was a natural tomboy and a natural slob. You better shut your big blubber lips. You're gonna thank me when I'm through with you. I'm gonna beat you so bad, I'm gonna beat the black off of you. When you call somebody a bastard, that was bad. But when you call somebody a black bastard, now, that was terrible. We had never heard the words black is beautiful, and the idea had never occurred to most of us. My hair has always been thick and long and nappy, and it would give my grandmother hell. My grandmother just said what everybody knew was a common fact. Good hair was better than bad hair, meaning that straight hair was better than nappy hair. She has big, beautiful lips, but back then we looked at them as something of a liability. I once told her, with those big lips, the only thing you've got going for you is your long hair. You better never cut it off. But I was only saying what everybody knew. Little thin lips were better than big, thick lips. There were quite a few girls who tried to bleach their skin white with bleaching cream and who got pimples instead. And of course, we went to the beauty parlor and got our hair straightened. I couldn't wait to go to the beauty parlor and get my hair all fried up. I hated the smell of fried hair and having my ears burned, but we were taught that women had to make great sacrifices to be beautiful. And everybody knew you had to be crazy to walk the streets with nappy hair sticking out. And of course, long hair was better than short hair. We accepted white value systems and white standards of beauty, and at times, we accepted the white man's view of ourselves. We had never been exposed to any other point of view or any other standard of beauty. And to varying degrees, we each made them true within ourselves because we believed them. The schools are better, they said. You'll get a better education up north than in that segregated school down south. I didn't have a name for them then, but now I call them the little nigger grins. Whenever I came into the room, she would show me all 32 of her teeth, but there is nothing sincere about her smile. Well, come and write it on the blackboard. Then she told me. I wrote my pitiful little second grade L on the blackboard. Our class had George Washington's birthday, and our play was about his cutting down this cherry tree when he was a little boy. I was selected to be in the play. The teacher put some green crepe paper over my head and told me to stand at the back of the stage where I was to stay until the end of the play. He told us all kinds of jokes and stories, and he seemed to be sincerely concerned about us. We had been taught that Civil War was fought to free the slaves, and it was not until I was in college that I learned that this Civil War was fought for economic reasons. Before the Civil War, the northern industrial economy was largely dependent on southern cotton. She made us go back to reading in the readers and change the desks around so that once again we were sitting in rows. I don't think it ever occurred to them, and if it did, they knew better. But these whites were not at all out in the open with their racism. I knew from the first day it was going to be a long, hot year. The teacher put us in the back next to each other. And every time she gave you extra homework, she wrote your name on the blackboard and refused to remove it until you had turned it in the punishment. By the time I left her class, my name covered practically the entire blackboard. I would sit in the back of the class and make jokes about her. One day when we were talking and giggling, she came up and pulled Davy out of his seat by the ear, twisting it until the whole side of his face was red and contorted with pain. It's a good thing she wasn't one of those parents who believe the teacher is always right, because I don't know what would have happened. She talked about philosophers like Rousseau, who influenced the thinking of the period, about how the French Revolution was influenced by the American Revolution. As we grew older, the differences between the black and white, the poor and rich students grew bigger and bigger. To this day, I believe that some of them did most of their kids' homework. They were always talking about what they had and what their parents had bought them. I just knew she had to be lying because I had never even heard of chinchilla, and everybody I knew thought that mink was the most expensive fur on the market. Every year when we came back to school, we would inevitably be told to write a composition titled My Summer Vacation. I was always fascinated by some of the places these kids have been to during the summer, places like Spain, England, Brazil, and Bermuda. One of the things that had been drilled into my head since birth was that we were just as good as white people. I was supposed to be a child version of a goodwill ambassador. I was to prove that black people were not stupid or dirty or smelly or uncultured. White people said classical music was the highest form of music. White people said that ballet was the highest form of dance. And I accepted those things as true. Ozzie and Harriet, Leave It to Beaver, Donna Reed, Father Knows Best, Bachelor Father, Lassie, etc. After all, I wanted to be just like those people on television. After all, they were what families were supposed to be like. I began to resent my chores. I wanted her to buy Hostess Twinkies and Silver Cup white bread. She always bought some stuff that was supposed to be good for us. I went somewhere with my mother and my aunt, and they asked me if I wanted a button. I wore that button religiously all winter and that summer when I went down south. I went to see one of Elvis Presley's movies. It was called the Bailey Theater. I started to walk to my grandparents' restaurant on Red Cross Street, but then I turned around and walked back. They had soda machines, a butter popcorn machine, and all kinds of candy and potato chips and things. I want to buy a picture of Elvis Presley, I said. I want to buy a picture of Elvis Presley, I repeated. She said something to the other one behind the counter and then left. Now she knows better, somebody was saying. I took my picture and put it on the back counter right next to me to the funeral parlor calendar. The picture stayed there a few days until Johnny from the cab stand across the street came and told me that Elvis had said the only thing a black person could do for him was to buy his records and shine his shoes. She would give me a book and say, read this. And I would eat up that book like it was ice cream. I guess people wondered what this little girl was doing in the Apollo all by herself, but nobody ever bothered me. She gave us carte blanche to be Catholics, Baptists, Methodists, or whatever. The Catholic Church was like no other church I had ever been to. Down south, I always went to church, but those services were rich with music and emotion. The music was terrible, and you couldn't understand 9/10 of the service. It was all so spooky. I just knew that this had to be the real God. I would do it, but that story was always kind of hard for me to swallow. They had a special one for babies, and then they had one in between, and then they had the show stuff, the show enough hell. But a mortal sin is terrible. It is a black sin. The night before I was to make my first communion, I had to run to the church with my baptismal certificate. They needed it to prove I had been baptized. I was tickled to be going because they told me to bring it to the convent where the nuns lived. When I gave the nun my baptismal certificate, she looked at it and almost jumped out of her chair. This is not a Catholic baptismal certificate. You weren't really baptized. I was too baptized. It's not a Catholic baptism, so it doesn't count. You have to be baptized tonight, or you can't make your first communion tomorrow. Then they got these total strangers from somewhere and told me they were supposed to be my godparents, and they baptized me. One of the biggest fights I had was when this kid in my class couldn't find some pen that his father had given him and accused me of stealing it. They acted like I had jumped on that boy for nothing, and they couldn't understand why I was so angry. I played with the boys more than with the girls because the boys had better games. I always wanted to be an Indian and would hide over or under something and leap out, shrieking at the top of my lungs. I guess I was unusual in that respect because most of the kids wanted to be cowboys. Some of the girls didn't like to play with me because they said I was too rough. I was too clumsy to jump double dutch, and they didn't even like me to turn because they said I was uneven-handed. By the time I reached the 6th grade, I began to idolize and imitate the big kids who went to junior high school. Besides, I was beginning to feel different. I was beginning to be interested in boys. I could have sat next to you on some stairway and gave you half my bubble gum. And in between the bubbles, in the giggles, I could have told you. Here, put this on, one of them said, handing me a bathrobe. Adjacent to the cell was the bathroom, with a sink, a toilet, and a shower. Hanging above the sink was the bottom of a pot or pan. There was one window covered by three thick metal screens facing a parking lot, a field, and in the distance a wooded area. I walked around the cell, to the bath, to the window, to the door. Then I lay down on the cot and wondered what this place was going to be like. I said yes, and in a few minutes she came back with eggs and bread in a plastic bowl and a metal cup containing something that was supposed to be coffee. The eggs didn't taste too bad. They had to be crazy. Behind the guard, through the open door, I could see some of the women standing around. I didn't like her looks or her tone of voice, but I decided to ignore that for the moment and get to the business at hand. When can I be unlocked from this cell and go outside in the big room with the other women? I would like to know when I will be able to be with the other women. You see, we have to keep you in here for your own safety because there are threats on your life. Well, Joanne, the important thing is for you to behave and to cooperate with us so that we'll be able to send a good report to the judge. It's important for our girls to behave like ladies. Did she think I was a fool enough to believe that either she or the judge was going to help me in any way? My girls call me Mrs. Butterworth, and I call them by their first names. I had learned to write with my left hand, but that was no substitute. All my requests went unheeded. I was permitted nothing, including peanut oil and a small ball to aid movement in my arm. But they said I might get better, I protested. Oh yes, you're getting better, he would say. The court finally granted a physical therapist if we would find one and pay the bill, but I never got one. I wasn't able to answer all of those letters because the prison permitted us to write only 2 letters a week, subject to inspection and censorship by the prison authorities. I could not bear the thought of the police, FBI, guards, whoever, reading my letters and getting daily insight on how I was feeling and thinking. She was ordered by the court never to bring a tape recorder again when she visited me. By that, I mean that I have declared war on all forces that have raped our women, castrated our men, and kept our babies empty-bellied. I am a Black revolutionary woman, and because of this, I have been charged with and accused of every alleged crime in which a woman was believed to have participated. They have plastered pictures alleged to be me in post offices, airports, hotels, police cars, subways, banks, televisions, and newspapers. The pigs have used their newspapers and TVs to paint the Black Liberation Army as vicious, brutal, mad dog criminals. As was proved by Watergate, the top law enforcement officials in this country are a lying bunch of criminals. We did not murder by shooting in the back 16-year-old Rita Lloyd, 11-year-old Ricky Bodden, or 10-year-old Clifford Glover. For every pig that is killed in the so-called line of duty, there are at least 50 black people murdered by the police. Black life expectancy is much lower than white, and they do their best to kill us before we are even born. We are burned alive in fire-trapped tenements, but they have got the gall to call us murderers. Over 2 years of his life was stolen, but they call us kidnappers. The rulers of this country and their flunkies have committed some of the most brutal, vicious crimes in history, and they should be treated as such. I should have known better. Brothers and sisters from all walks of life who are tired of suffering passively make up the BLA. Blah. And in that case, the warden told me, we don't let you read newspapers because they are a fire hazard. They volunteered to iron my uniforms and sneak them into the laundry to be washed more than once a week. These women hadn't hurt anybody or stolen anything, yet they were sitting in jail, probably busted by the same cops that they paid off. They brought in this sister shortly after I arrived, who was 8 months pregnant and had been sentenced to a month for shoplifting something that cost less than $20. She also told me that the cops had arrested her because they didn't like the way she talked to them. She had been so badly beaten by the police that the matron on duty didn't want to admit her. Child, we went to the bar this night and the nigga got all high and started thinking I was messing around with some dude at the bar. And when that fool found them, he said the thief jumped up and tried to bite him. The few who did come were there only a few hours or a day or so before they were bailed out. To be released on recognizance in the state of New Jersey, one of the requirements is Jersey residence. They just have to be disturbed. Every single day for 1 whole week, they brought us this nasty stuff that was supposed to be ravioli. The food was better for a few days, and then it reverted to the same old nasty slop. The woman sheriff's officer who guarded me had to be the oldest dumb blonde alive. Every time she saw me, she smiled and pretended to be oh so friendly. What are they building? They're building the gas chamber now. I was lucky because there was a night switch that I controlled in the bathroom adjacent to my cell. A lot of times there were 2 police on foot who seemed to be standing around near the parking lot. They jerked this way and that way as if they thought someone was behind them. When they calmed down, a voice even shriller than before, I cried, "Nay, nay, nay." It was made of foam and cotton with a tiny belt buckle fastener in the back, about a ½ inch wide. Without the brace, my shoulder felt weak and fragile. Luckily, later that week, the bone specialist came out from the hospital to see me. Finally, they were removed. Finally, they returned the brace. I was sure now that my hand was coming back to life. I was beginning to be able to tell it to do things, and it would actually respond. Each little bit of progress was a miracle. Finally, a joint conference was arranged between Sundiata and me with Evelyn present. It was difficult to talk because the guards were practically sitting in our laps. We talked about the case and decided that it was politically correct to be tried together. He would deny it to the bitter end, but he is sure enough country. Most of them hadn't said boo to me and vice versa, but they hated my guts. They had given me a little table to eat and write on, and at night before I went to sleep, I pushed the table up next to the bars and stacked the cups precariously on top of it. I would push the wooden bench behind the table. They weren't even supposed to be in the women's section. After that, no matter what jail I was in, I always found some way to barricade my cell. In prisons, it is not at all uncommon to find a prisoner hanged or burned to death in his cell. Did I say death? They are usually black inmates, considered to be a threat to the orderly running of the prison. The only difference between here and the streets is that one is maximum security, the other is minimum security. I don't have the faintest idea how it feels to be free. Any black person in America, if they are honest with themselves, have got to come to the conclusion that they don't know what it feels like to be free. But to me, there was something beautiful about her, and I love to look at her. She is one of the few people that I have met in life who have the courage to be almost totally honest. She had been there in the old days when the women worked out on the farm. She was there during a riot at Clinton and had seen state troopers beat the women mercilessly. Once they had beaten a pregnant woman so badly she lost her baby. There was no place I could run to since there were 2 or 3 locked doors between me and the outside. It's a good thing she didn't try me, though, because she outweighed me by at least 50 pounds, and I was still pretty much the one-armed bandit. I was in one of the dorms talking to the women, wondering why she wasn't bothering me when about 10 male guards came into the room. One of the guards came from the back and tapped the sergeant on the shoulder. "I don't want any more trouble out of you," she said. They beckoned to the female guard. I was hitting, kicking, scratching, punching, biting, and I don't know what all else. Later that day, they brought a photographer to photograph the evidence. They took her to the Broome building, the New Jersey hospital for the criminally insane. She spent about 3 weeks there before she came back. And almost had you believing that shit. Rhinoceros woman. The world is blind and slight of mind and cannot see how beautiful you are. This was no great deprivation since it had remained closed most of the time before anyway. One day they brought me a big bushel of string beans. They grew a lot of their food at the workhouse. That explained why jails and prisons all over the country are filled to the brim with Black and third world people. Why so many Black people can't find a job on the streets and are forced to survive the best way they know how. Once you're in prison, there are plenty of jobs. And if you don't want to work, they beat you up and throw you in the hole. On July 19th, 1973, I was taken to New York to be arraigned on a Queens bank robbery indictment in Brooklyn federal court. At least we got to the bridge. When the Jersey police were replaced by New York police at the bridge to Staten Island, they shook hands and gave each other the power sign. They even called each other brother. "This is my brother officer. So and so." Probably it's because they think about what they would do were they in our place, especially the police, who have done so much dirt to Black people. Their guilty conscience tells them to be afraid. In September, I was moved from the workhouse and entombed in the basement of the Middlesex County Jail, allegedly because of the jail's proximity to the Middlesex County Courthouse, where the New Jersey trial was scheduled to begin on October 1st or October 1. We only give 1 because they might hang themselves. If I wrote 100 pages describing the basement of the Middlesex County Jail, it would be impossible for you to visualize it. The first day, I moved the bed against the wall, away from the guard surveillance, so that I could have a little privacy while I was sleeping. The guards ordered me to move the bed into the middle of the floor. The next day, workmen nailed the bed to the floor in the center of the cell. They even peeked through the window in the bathroom when I was on the toilet or taking a shower. A month later, one of the sergeants told me that I was permitted to cover the window when I used the bathroom. They kept me under those blinding lights for days. When they brought in the first jury panel, I thought I was going to have a heart attack. The other half, although they didn't say it right out, answered questions like they believed more or less that we probably were guilty. They had children, families, jobs, and simply could not afford to be on a lengthy jury trial. We're doing the best we can. I must have bugged the lawyers to death. Did I say death? but the judge is legally allowed to ask leading questions during jury selection. I just couldn't understand how the judge could be so blatantly prejudiced in favor of the prosecution, and there is nothing we could do about it. And that way, we wouldn't be tied to those stupid rules, and we could say anything we wanted to. Even if you defend yourself, you're still bound by their rules. Look at what they did to Bobby Seale. The judge questioned him further, and he blurted it all out. The judge immediately realized the boy had opened a can of worms, but the other jurors substantiated what the boy had said. The jury was to be picked from Morris County. We can try, but don't get your hopes up too high. I was coming back to earth and fast. The trial had been postponed for about a month until January because they needed time to secure the jail in Morristown in Morris County. Maybe I thought the lawyers would come up with something by then. I really didn't expect too much, but it seemed like such an obvious trick, such an obvious ploy to ensure that we didn't receive a fair trial by a jury of our peers that I thought maybe something could be done about it. But they had taken something that was supposed to help us and turned it against us. Hazel and Green Eyes were the best. He liked me. And at the beginning, I think I kind of liked him too. I wanted desperately to be one of the pack, and I didn't want anybody to make fun of me. So whenever anybody said I liked Joe, I would deny it to the bitter end and talk about him worse than everybody else. On Valentine's Day, he gave me a beautiful big Valentine and some candy. I was really touched by the flowers. You tell that boy to stay away from that window, she said. Now he's putting flowers in the window. The next thing you know, he'll be trying to climb in. I want you to be my girl. My tongue became heavy and twisted. I started to stutter. I stammered and stuttered. And then with icy bluntness, I said, because you're too black and ugly. I was instantly sorry for what I had said, but there was no taking it back. I was shaken to the bone. The black people boycotted the buses. And each year I would sit in the front of that box, watching my people being attacked by white mobs, being bitten by dogs, beaten and water hosed by police, arrested and murdered. To make matters worse, she was a teacher and he worked in the post office. She had been to college and he hadn't. Just being poor is one of their biggest obstacles. It's hard as hell to be loving and caring when you can't pay the bills and you don't know where the next dollar is coming from. It's changing a little bit now, but when I was growing up, every white man on television was able to support his family with no particular strain. I was fascinated by the street life. Men standing on the corner drinking, boys playing basketball, hustlers buzzing up and down the streets, huddling and making deals. The world for me then was a big question mark, and the biggest question of all was where I fit in. I was always late getting home and in trouble. I would leave with the best intentions, but as soon as I got out in the street, it was as if I was in a trance. I came back the next day, and she talked to me, played shrink and family counselor, and sent me home. Tina lives in the Fort Greene section of Brooklyn with her mother and her brother in a brownstone house. I remember thinking how nice she was to be willing to spend money on me, a stranger. I got to survive by the best way I know how. The idea of five-finger discounts was beginning to appeal to me. That night, I dressed up in my new clothes and went with Tina and her brother to hang out. He was on the quiet side and evil looking, but he turned out to be nice. We stopped and bought some French fries and Thunderbird. I guess I like rubies because they are my birthstone. I was to ask the price of everything and tell the clerk my father gave me $80 to spend, but that I had some money of my own. Tina and her brother would come in and create a diversion, and while everyone was looking at them, I was with the biggest earrings I could get in my mouth under my tongue. I acted like I didn't know Tina and her brother and went in as planned. Do you think she'll like these better? Then all of a sudden, Tina and her brother came running into the store. I almost forgot what I was supposed to be doing because I was so busy watching them. Then I remembered, and when I saw that no one was watching, I picked up the biggest earrings I saw and put them in my mouth. I was halfway to Tina's house before they caught up with me. I was convinced that I wasn't cut out to be no thief. I was dressed up clean as the Board of Health, and we all had some money in our pockets and were ready to do it. They were at war with another gang, the Bishops, and one of their members had got messed up by the Bishops. Maybe they were taking me back to the workhouse. Anywhere was better than that basement in Middlesex County Jail. You are being turned over to the custody of the federal government. After our motion for a change of venue from Middlesex County was granted in October 1973, I was returned to the basement of the Middlesex County Jail, where I believe I would remain until the trial resumed in Morris County on January 4th, 1974. Evelyn immediately swung into action, contacting the National Jury Project to explore the level of racism in Morris County and preparing a number of motions she anticipated would have to be made before the Morris County Court. In addition, she was working on the continuous motion to remove me from solitary confinement in the Middlesex County Jail that was then before the New Jersey Federal District Court. She was also trying to locate a forensic pathologist, a ballistics expert, a forensic chemist, and other specialists we needed for the trial, and trying to raise money to pay them. Evelyn had been told that trials for these charges would follow the trial in Jersey. I knew that Evelyn had made a motion before the Southern District Judge, Gagliardi, to have that trial postponed until after the termination of the Jersey trial. Having learned the motion had been granted, I didn't connect the move to New York with the bank robbery trial. Just the walk from the door of the jail to the car did me good. It had been so long since I had seen daylight or breathed fresh air. I looked at the trees and the grass and the sky as if I had never seen them before. It was a gloriously beautiful day. On the other side of the bridge were more police. I was brought into the large receiving room and locked into one of the small rooms that lined the sides, empty except for some benches and a dirty bathroom. After a long wait, I was taken out to be printed and photographed. Well, where did you live before that? I remembered the place, but I couldn't even begin to tell anyone the address. I used landmarks to remember a place, and I never had trouble locating any place I had been to once. But even if I visited it 100 times, I never looked at the address. The guard insisted, but that line was left blank. After I had been waiting for what seemed like hours, they brought in a whole bunch of women. I could barely talk though. Every woman who came into the building had to go through this process, even if she had been nowhere but to court. They lock you in the hole, and they don't let you out until you consent to be searched internally. You sit on the edge of this table, and the nurse holds your legs open and sticks a finger in your vagina and moves it around. We went down a corridor that seemed to be a mile long to a hallway where a guard sat inside a glass cage. From the window, I could see a small paved yard with grass growing between the cracks in the pavement, and then another long building. A few of the cells were fixed up with pictures from magazines hung on the walls and a knitted or crocheted Afghan on the bed. They glanced at me with only vague interest and went about their business. Some of the women were bloated, with swollen hands and feet. A group of women sat at a table playing spades. It turned out to be like whist, only spades are always trumps. They broke up laughing. That meant she was locked into her cell until she was seen by the board. What's the board? I asked. When you get an infraction, they lock you up until you see the board. It's the bing. This is to Maine where you go before they take you to the board. Then after that, if they think you haven't done enough time down here, they send you to PSA. Did you rob the bank? I didn't get any money because I didn't rob the bank. Then your boyfriend did it and put the blame on you? You ever do time before? I heard that Simba was on the rock, but I thought they might move her to make sure we had no chance to be together. Women were playing handball and basketball, dancing, sitting on the bleachers, and talking. Homie was her nickname for her lover, the baby's father, Kakuyan Olugbala. He was a beautiful revolutionary brother, and he was murdered by the New York police. Although I tried to be cheerful, I guess she could see the concerned expression on my face. And this baby was meant to be born, to carry on. They murdered homie, and so this baby, like all our children, is going to be our hope for the future. They bring breakfast on the food truck. They are putting me into the bullpen. Yes, but if the judge denies our motion for postponement, I want to be ready to go straight into the circuit court. The trees were bare and covered with ice, and though I don't like winter, it was a beautiful sight. I haven't even had time to think about an appropriate defense because I haven't been able to find out the basic facts of the case. I know, I told her, and I know you're doing the best that you can. We went before the judge. He ruled that we could have a joint conference later, but the trial would begin immediately. I would never forget the haunting scream of that child as she watched her father being brutally beaten. This so-called trial was such a blatant miscarriage of justice that we weren't even going to participate in it. And we didn't even want Evelyn and Bob Bloom to participate in it either. At the next court session, Gagliardi asked the lawyers if they were prepared to begin picking the jury. As soon as the jury panel entered the courtroom, Kamal and I began to tell them what was going on. Every so often, the judge would send the marshals back to us, ask us if we were going to behave. As soon as we began to talk, the judge ordered us from the court. Whenever we were about to be thrown out, the marshals vied for positions closest to us. Every so often, the judge would send the marshals back to ask us if we were going to behave. As soon as we began to talk, the judge ordered us from the court. Whenever we were about to be thrown out, the marshals vied for positions closest to us and for the opportunity to grab us, twist our hands behind our backs, and get their licks in. Most of the time it worked, but one day, the marshals were so gung-ho, they jumped on me and started brutalizing me in open court. Evelyn jumped up like she was ready to fight and stood between me and them, holding them away with an orchestrated arm. They became so brutal that all the spectators began to cry out. As I was being taken downstairs, I could hear the commotion. I sat in the bullpen, lost in my thoughts, when they brought a white woman and man down the hallway and put the woman in the cell with me. In the beginning, they slammed the door shut. At first, we wanted the door open because it was so cold and the warmth from the rest of the building helped. Then we began to enjoy the privacy. It was good to be able to talk to each other without someone looking down our throats. There is no contradiction between being a Muslim and being a revolutionary. Muslim services were held regularly on Rikers Island, and Simba and I began to attend. We spent whole days laughing and talking and listening to the courtroom madness in between. It was growing physical. We began to touch and to hold each other, and each of us was like an oasis together. Camus said, if you become pregnant and you have a child, the child will be taken care of. That was true, but the child would suffer. Since I was a teenager, I had always said that the world was too horrible to bring another human being into. What had my mother and grandmother and great-grandmother thought when they brought their babies into this world? What had my ancestors thought when they brought their babies into this world, only to see them flogged and raped, bought, and sold? While you're alive, girl, you better live. And I'm not letting these parasites, these oppressors, these greedy racist swine make me kill my children in my mind before they are even born. The jurors who had been picked solely by the prosecution looked and listened expressionlessly. The whole court process began to take its toll on me. Half the time I wasn't eating because they usually serve pork for lunch and sometimes they have pork for dinner. One night when I returned from court, I began to feel awful, like a knife was stabbing me in my side. Every day they brought us into the courtroom, and every day as soon as the jury came in, we began to tell them what was happening, that we were being forced to trial without being given time to prepare a defense. One day when the judge had been particularly crazy and the marshals had been particularly brutal, Evelyn just couldn't take it anymore. I expect nothing but the worst. The jury seemed to be taking forever. It's a hung jury, they yelled. Gagliardi is fit to be tried. We are both outraged that the other one doesn't agree to see our point, and we feel betrayed and furious. Our argument went from bad to worse. It's real hard to be objective. Judge, she told the new judge, I wish to be relieved from the case. As I sat in the bullpen feeling stupid and stubborn, the guard brought in a public defender. I don't even remember his name, but he sat through both trials as my supposed lawyer, even though I refused to even speak to him. She fit the bill perfectly. I was unmoved by their arguments. This case was like something out of the Twilight Zone, and I was convinced that it couldn't be treated like a normal run-of-the-mill criminal trial. A meeting between Flo and me was arranged. Flo agreed to be my legal advisor. So we're gonna just go through to this, and instead of including RuPaul's Drag Race in this show, we're just gonna finish it up with the viewing marathon, which will be immediately after the show. So again, ASSATA, an autobiography. One side was the projects, and the other side was the co-op where we lived, but they looked about the same to me. They bought old houses at exorbitant prices, only to find that within a few years, their nice neighborhoods had turned into the crime-ridden, drug-ridden, poverty-stricken places they had run from. I loved Jamaica, and I was just starting to get into the beat of it and to know my way around. With my mother and I had one of our terrible arguments. I was fascinated by the idea of beatniks and bohemians, and even though I had never met any, I went back for my suitcase, but the place was closed. Although the guy said it was better, he still thought it tasted a little funny. I woke up during the night to go to the bathroom, stumbling around, disoriented until I finally found it. When I came out of the bathroom, I went into the kitchen for some water. The sun was beginning to come up. I bought a toothbrush, toothpaste, and some makeup so that I would look older. I got my suitcase, found a bathroom to wash up in, changed clothes, and checked the suitcase again. This time, I was going to be systematic about it. The manager had me running around like crazy, toasting bread, buttering buns, and getting the men their orders. I'd moved his hand away, but that only seemed to make him bolder. He stopped putting his hands on me for a while, but in about an hour, he was right back to his old tricks. I needed the job desperately, but the manager was driving me wild, putting his hands all over me. By the time dinner was over, I knew I couldn't take it anymore. Bad as I needed the job, I couldn't take that big fat pig's hands all over me. You better give me my money, I repeated, looking wild and about ready to jump out a real bag. Some people from the factory came in and stood at the back of the cafeteria looking. You come in the back with me now, and I'll pay you for an extra day. Now, why do you want to be like that? He asked, putting his hands on my shoulder. I was hot and fit to be tied. The people who had been standing in the back moved up closer to see what was going on. Downstairs in the lobby, there was this big, tall, black woman dressed to kill. Well, look at the baby, she said, looking straight at me. The place looks expensive, and I'm kind of on the broke side. That's better, honey. Do you actually expect me to believe that mess? He brought 2 little cups of black stuff. I was to begin work the next afternoon at 4. I still didn't know how I was going to pay my rent at the hotel for the next few days because I wouldn't be paid for my work at the cafe until the guy came back from his vacation. We went back to the hotel and found Freddie. The room was tiny, but at least it had a bathroom, and I had somewhere to stay for the rest of the week. I was dog tired, and the bed was like an oasis. Then I went back to the hotel and knocked on Miss Shirley's door. The job wasn't bad, and I could eat all I wanted, which meant I didn't have to buy dinner. Pat and I were the bait, and Ronnie was the protection. It's going to be a real hot party. What kind of party is it going to be? What kind of party would you like it to be? 15 for the room, 15 to join the club, and 15 for the babysitter. The babysitter's for my little sister. When we got to the building, I told him to give me the money so I could go upstairs and pay the people. By the way, I said, would you tell me what kind of work you do? I rushed my man to the building, got the money, and hurried to the meeting place. Pat had seen me with my man and had the good sense to go to a different building than the one I took my man to. I rushed back to the hotel. Honey, I know what I'm talking about. Well, if you insist on staying out here in these streets, you better start acting like you got some sense. You better start to use your head. The next day when I went down to the lobby, Freddie was behind the desk. $15 a night, and you get a quarter for each drink. When I got back to the hotel, I told Miss Shirley about my new job. You look like a 2-bit hoe. Chuck was there and introduced me to the barmaid. Come here for a minute, honey, she told me, and went to the end of the bar. But it's not too bad, and the bottles are small. I went to the bar and sat down. Once in a while, I would ask the barmaid to put some whiskey in one, but I have never been much of a drinker. I found most of them to be crude, boring, and creepy. Other times, I pretended to be a college girl going to NYU. This made them less likely to be bold. Who the hell is going to be interested in the life of a waitress? Bring the lady another drink. They either had wife trouble or job trouble. I called him my big brother, and he was very protective of me. Some of the men thought that buying drinks entitled them to more than a conversation. If a guy was getting out of hand, Chuck would approach him, tell him that I was the sister of one of the guys in the band, and that if he didn't treat me with respect, he would let him have it. There was one guy who had bought the panties of almost every woman who worked at Tony's, paying them each $15. Girl, you believe that? But any woman at Tony's had to be careful. The white people never questioned my age, but the black people would sooner or later realize I was younger than I let on. The more embarrassed I became, the more they laughed. A new bass player came to work for the band, and I developed an instant crush on him. But the bass player paid me no minds at all. The bass player said to me, I'm writing a song for you. I was dying to be with kids with my own age, so I told Chuck I was taking the night off. He said he knew of a boss party that was going to be happening later. I waited for Pet and Ronnie to come back, but they never did. Why don't you come to the party with me? The boy asked. I started to leave, but he said his friends were all at the ball game and they would be there afterward. Excuse me, the boy said. I'll have to be going. The fight didn't last too long, though, because in a minute they had me held down on the floor. I begged them for mercy. There's always a first time, baby, someone sneered. I couldn't believe they could be so heartless, but they were. The boy who brought me there was arguing with another boy about who would be first. I felt so scared and betrayed. The argument between them was heated. Okay, I heard the boy who had brought me there say, you can go first, man. And the other boy started toward me. Be careful, man, said the boy whose house it was. The boy who was supposed to go first made a leap for me and missed. I kicked over the table and knocked over a plant that was on the stand. The boy whose house it was grabbed the boy who was supposed to go first. There was a big mirror hanging behind the couch. I was going to mess that boy's house up so bad, no one would recognize it. Come on. No, get them out of here, I said, kicking the table over. Come on, the boy said. Only the boy who had brought me remained. You better stay back. I couldn't call the police because the police were looking for me. Get back, I told the boy who looked like he was trying to ease up close to me. Get back there, I told him, indicating the back of the apartment, or I'll smash your house up. All right, I yelled. Get over by the door. Please, the boy said. The woman looked at him and then at the boy. They brought me downstairs and put me in a cab. Everybody seemed to be in their own bag, and few seemed to care about anybody else. Back then, when I was growing up, boys gang banging or gang raping a girl was a pretty common thing. It was a common thing back then for boys to downgrade girls and cuss at them in the street. It was common for them to go to bed with girls and talk about them like dogs the next day. If the nigga ain't got no money, I don't want to be bothered. The more I watched how boys and girls behaved, the more I read, the more I thought about it, the more convinced I became that this behavior could be traced directly back to the plantation when slaves were encouraged to take the misery of their lives out on each other instead of on the master. She was a cross between a whore and a workhorse. I had thought of making a run for it, but she was too big to play with. After I had packed my things, she told the guy behind the desk, do you know that you've had a 13-year-old girl staying here? I was tired of being grown, and I wanted to be a kid again. Kamal and I were acquitted in the bank robbery trial in the Southern District of New York on January 28, 1973. And on the following day, I was returned to New Jersey. The only time I saw them was when I was being taken to or from my cell. They all appeared to be white, although I found out later that one was black. My first look at the Morris County jury panel flung me into a terrible depression. Morristown was supposed to be one of the 10 richest counties in the country, and looking at these people, I believed it. They had brought the American dream lock, stock, and barrel and seemed unaware that for the majority of Black and third world people, the American dream is the American nightmare. But after hearing the federal judge remanded the case back to the state court, we got to be pretty good at it. Some glared at us hatefully while they waited to be called, as if they couldn't wait to give their opinion that we were guilty. But when asked if they had ever invited a Black person to their homes or been to the home of a Black person, the answer was invariably no. They all said no, except for one woman who said, well, when I was a child, we used to say, eeny, meeny, miny, mo, catch a nigger by the toe. Have you ever read a book called Target Blue? Only a day or two before, the defense team had asked that question be included in the voir dire. Robert Daley, who at one time was the public relations and publicity director for the New York City Police Department, had written the book Target Blue. An excerpt from the book was coincidentally printed in New York Magazine on almost the exact day our trial was to begin. The book was a collection of sensationalism, groundless accusations, and outright lies. I was referred to by name. According to the book, I had also robbed numerous banks and blown up a police car with a hand grenade during a police chase. Have you ever read Target Blue? The judge asked. Not only had he been reading the book, but he had it upstairs in the jury room. It was obvious the man had brought the book to court to show to the other jurors that they had discussed it. A lot of people don't know it, but they've got more Nazis and Ku Klux Klan in Jersey than a little bit. My nerves were terrible, and that in itself is pitiful, because anyone who has ever been in prison knows how terrible the food is. Because if I was, it would be only a matter of time before the whole world would know. They did everything to get me out of bed. They banged on the bars and anything else they could think of. They must have known I meant it, because they kept their distance until I was awake. I went back to the prison doctor, dropping more and more hints. I was sick as a dog and dizzy to boot. I was certain this meant the pregnancy test was positive, and they were retesting just to be sure. Well, they better not try to come around me asking no questions, I told them. I'll tell them that this baby was sent by the Black Creator to liberate Black people. I think it's beautiful, he kept saying. I think it's absolutely beautiful. It seemed so right, so beautiful, in surroundings that were so ugly. How many wolves hid behind the bushes to eat my child? But there were so many happy things that I thought about too. I wondered when would be the first time my child would sit down and seriously appreciate the glory of a sunset and marvel at the wonders of nature. It has always intrigued me how the world can be so beautiful and so ugly at the same time. I wanted with all my being for my babies to experience the many types and sides of love and friendship, and to know and understand selflessness and generosity, struggle and sacrifice, honesty, courage, and so many of the sentiments that have given me strength and have made my life worth living. I was so happy to see them both. I repeated myself, and she began to laugh. What are you going to name the baby? My sister added. She was worried to death that, did I say death? With all you've been through, you'd finally been driven crazy. I brought them for you. All the papers speculated about who the father was and how I had managed to become pregnant in jail. It's probably the best course you could take now, and I'd recommend it, but that's not what I was talking about. It will be better for you and for everyone else. If I have a miscarriage, then it will be too late. And if you go to the bathroom and see a lump in the toilet, don't flush it. It was meant to be. This baby was our hope. I didn't want the baby to feel my anguish. Don't worry, everything is going to be all right. The judge has permitted you to be examined by your own gynecologist, and he's coming this afternoon. So cheer up. They did their best to take my mind off everything and to make me feel better. I asked a million questions, and when he left, felt a whole lot better, just knowing there was someone I could trust taking care of me and the baby. In their minds, the butcher, jailhouse, quack house doctor was good enough for me. They refused to let him examine me unless a white doctor hired by the state was present. And for the report to the judge, the white doctor had to examine me. I wanted to help them to get to the bottom of what was happening, but I just didn't have the energy. I am prepared to fight all the way for your right as a human being to receive decent medical care and for your baby to be born healthy. And I'm prepared to testify in any court that to deny you proper medical care would be tantamount to committing murder. I would do my best to convince him of the seriousness of this matter. But if worse comes to worse and the judge denies our motion, I will see to it personally that this jail and the courtroom are surrounded by the right to life people by tomorrow morning. Why weren't they bringing me to court? I knew everything was going to be all right. Why didn't they bring me to court? We felt it was much better for you not to be moved. Why can't they wait until I'm better? Now, ASSATA, you know they're not going to wait for you to have your baby to try Sundiata. They claim that being here in Morristown is costing them a fortune. Don't worry, I told the baby. You're going to be all right. After the village, I lived with Evelyn on 80th Street between Amsterdam and Columbus in Manhattan. The apartment was one big room that we used for sleeping, eating, and living. It had a kitchen and a bathroom with an old-fashioned toilet up on a platform and overhead tank so that you had to pull on a little chain to flush it. You could usually tell them from the outside by the paper-thin plastic curtains shimmying in the wind. 79th Street was directly behind us, but there was a world of difference between the two. 81st Street, between Central Park West and Columbus Avenue, was even richer. The Upper West Side, as the neighborhood was called, was supposed to be a liberal stronghold. And on the opposite end, you have the left, who are supposed to be committed to justice, equality, and human rights. And somewhere between these 2 points is the liberal. I couldn't believe there were people who paid that kind of money for things. I remember hating some of those people, but at the same time, I wanted to be rich like them. Back then, I thought being rich was the solution to everything. 4 blocks from where we lived, there was still another world. 84th Street, between Amsterdam and Columbus. I swear there was one building that when you walk past it in the summer, it stunk so bad it made you want to drop to your knees. She just brushed them aside if they got in her way. Little Bit's mother never went anywhere except to the clinic or to the welfare office or to the bar on Amsterdam. Sometimes disgust and anger because they accepted anything and lived any old kind of way. Every day after school, I had to be in the house by 4 o'clock, and she would call home just to see that I had arrived safely. Evelyn didn't want me in the street too much because she said the neighborhood was bad, and she didn't want me to get in any trouble. Sometimes we got along famously, and other times it was terrible. I would try to tell the truth and try to be honest, but sometimes, especially if it was in a tight situation, I would lie. Little by little, I got out of the habit, but it was a long and constant battle between us. Evelyn was determined to be a trial lawyer and to be in private practice. For a week or so, we ate steaks and lamb chops, went to restaurants, took taxis. The next week, we would be right back to riding subways and eating hamburgers. She was a racist who would have denied it to the bitter end. And when I think back to some of those kids who were labeled troublemakers and problem students, I realized that many of them were unsung heroes who fought to maintain some sense of dignity and self-worth. Bonnie and I met through Tony and began what was to be a best friend relationship with an argument about Abraham Lincoln. We argued for hours until Bonnie's aunt told us to shut up and go to bed. Since neither of us knew what we were talking about, we began to write poetry about love and Black people, and sometimes we wrote morbid poetry about hate and death. Did I say death? When they had the business on the beach, I loved it, but they had lost 2 different buildings on the beach, both destroyed by hurricanes. I like working in the restaurant sometimes, but it wasn't as much fun as working on the beach. I was forever walking by, standing in the doorway, or sliding discreetly into the building to see what was going on. Sometimes we would pull into a filthy old gas station, buy gas, and then be told that we were not permitted to use their filthy old bathroom because we were Black. I can remember clearly squatting in the bushes with mosquitoes biting my bare buttocks and my grandmother handing me toilet paper because we could not find a place with a colored bathroom. Sometimes we were hungry, but there was no place to eat. But they were very confusing. I could take someone pushing me, hitting me, kicking me, but to sit there and let some cracker dog spit on me, well, just the idea made me want to fight. If you want your freedom, there's no sacrifice that's too big to make. When I think back to those days, I feel such admiration and respect for the spirit of struggle and sacrifice that my people exhibited. They went up against white mobs, water hoses, vicious dogs, the Ku Klux Klan, trigger-happy nightstick wielding police armed only with their belief in justice and their desire for freedom. I remember how I felt in those days. I wanted to be an American just like any other American. I believed that the North was really interested in integration and civil rights and equal rights. I believed that if the South could only be like the North, then everything would be all right. I believe that we Black people were really making progress and that the government, the president, the Supreme Court, and the Congress were behind us, so we couldn't go wrong. I believed that integration was really the solution to our problems. I believe that if white people could go to school with us, live next to us, work next to us, they would see that we were really good people and would stop being prejudiced against us. I believe that America was really a good country. Like my teacher said in school, the greatest country on the face of the earth. I grew up believing that stuff. Those who believe that the president or the vice president and the Congress and the Supreme Court run this country are sadly mistaken. The almighty dollar is king. Those who have the most money control the country, and through campaign contributions, buy and sell presidents, congressmen, and judges, the ones who pass the laws and enforce the laws that benefit their benefactors. To hate someone, to discriminate against them, and to attack them because of their racial characteristics is one of the most primitive, reactionary, ignorant ways of thinking that exists. A war between the races would help nobody and free nobody and should be avoided at all costs. I was taken to Roosevelt Hospital in Metuchen, New Jersey, and shackled to the bed by my foot. My mental stability was also threatened by the round-the-clock guards who sat outside my hospital room with shotguns trained at my head. After 10 days, I was discharged from the hospital over the objections of my doctor, brought to the Middlesex County Jail for Men, and kept in solitary confinement from February 1974 until May 1974. Since pork was served as a staple meat almost daily, I began to slowly starve. They hired their own doctor and insisted that whenever my doctor saw me, their man had to be present. This meant a severe limitation on the number of visits Dr. Garrett could arrange because their doctor happened often not to make it out to the prison on the days examinations had been agreed to and scheduled. Before the date the hearing was scheduled, I was extradited to the state of New York, which made the federal court action moot. New Jersey had been giving me iron pills, but I was anemic up to the last blood test before giving birth. I was left in a room for 3 days with a woman who turned out later to have active tuberculosis. Finally, they brought her to Amherst Hospital, where they discovered she had tuberculosis. I found this out later when she was returned to Rikers. Finally, they brought her to Amherst Hospital, where they discovered she did have tuberculosis. I also had manila of vaginal discharge, which worsened because the Montefiore Hospital doctors assigned to Rikers could not agree about how it should be treated. By the time they managed to get the culture back, the whole inside of my thigh was chapped raw from the discharge, and I could barely walk. I got out of bed, took a shower, braided my hair, and packed. Finally, I let one of their doctors, a resident, examine me to see how the labor was progressing, which turned out to be a terrible mistake. I ordered them to bring me a stethoscope to see if the baby's heart was beating normally, and a few other instruments I would need because I said I am delivering the baby myself. I stated again, I am delivering the baby myself. I checked the baby's heart with the stethoscope. It was beating normally. That or the press conference or the demonstration outside of the building seemed to do it. He examined me, listened to the baby's heart, and at some point broke my water. I didn't want Demerol or a saddle block, but the paracervical block seemed okay. I woke up about 3:30 a.m. and I could feel the baby lowering, and I thought I could feel the baby's head. I said, check that baby out just to ensure her subsequent safety. The birth itself was peaceful and beautiful, out of sight. It's very important for a woman to go through the birth experience with people she trusts. Later that day, September 11th, they still hadn't brought me the baby. Dr. Garrett had gone home to sleep, and when he returned at 6 p.m. that day, I still hadn't seen the baby. He reminded them that I was supposed to breastfeed her. Finally, they brought me the baby, and I breastfed her every 4 hours, another incredibly beautiful experience. The nurses from the nursery were very friendly and kind and kept me informed about the baby's condition. But the staff in D11, the cycle ward, where I was kept in a tiny guarded room, were something else again. No toothbrush or toothpaste, only mouthwash. I had to beg them for a bra while I was nursing. I came close to physically brawling with a couple of them because I refused their examinations. They put me in an ambulance, chained me to a stretcher, and brought me back to the women's house of detention at Rikers Island. I just have to be somewhere by myself. They all jumped on me and started beating me. They dragged me by the chains to PSA and stopped only when a nurse asked them to please stop. Later, I found out that I had received an infraction for slapping an officer in the face while they were beating me. After 2 weeks, they said, if you agree to be vaginally searched, you can go to your floor. Then they brought in a black doctor who greeted me with, hey, soul sister. Evelyn had filed a writ of habeas corpus before the Brooklyn Federal Court against Commissioner Malcolm and Essie Murph, superintendent of the Women's House of Detention on Rikers, to force them to release me from punitive segregation. I was examined by the prison doctors under what I thought was Evelyn's advice. After the murder burgers and the goon squads and the tear gas, after the bulls and the bullpens and the bullshit, what is left? Like, after you know that God can't be trusted, after you know that the shrink is a pusher, that the world is a whip, and the badge is a bullet, what is left? The wing of a butterfly can't take flight. I am at the top and bottom of a lower hierarchy. I didn't know how to do anything. Had no experience and was black to boot. After I paid the rent on my furnished room, spent car fare, and bought food, I had just enough money to buy an air sandwich. I was going to night school, so I would leave my boring job and go to boring night school to diagram sentences, memorize garbage, and prepare for a high school diploma that meant nothing in the job market. I was just happy to be working. After a while, I stayed pretty much to myself, and when I wasn't busy, I would stick a book between some pages and read. One day, I was in the bathroom, and one secretary came in. She began talking about this and that. Then she started about the riots. What a shame it was that those people were so stupid and dumb for rioting because they were just tearing up their own neighborhoods and burning down their own houses. Before they had a chance to get any words out after riot, I was on their case. What do you mean they're burning down their houses? I'm glad they burned down those stores because those stores were robbing them in the first place. I knew it wouldn't be long before they fired me. Neither of us had finished high school, but we used to go to this place on Broadway called the West End, dressed in what we believed to be our scholastic finery. It really made me think about how bad they've done us. Back then, the only thing I read in the papers was the headlines, crime stories, comics, or the horoscope. The brother's voice was mocking. The brother I had come with looked like he wanted to crawl under the floors. The brother held his head in his hands as if he had a headache. When I finished, the brother asked me if I knew anything about the history of Vietnam. He explained French colonization, exploitation, brutalization, the starvation and illiteracy, the long fight waged and won in the North, and the U.S. involvement in propping up a phony government after the French got their butts kicked. The brother was talking about names, places, and events that just like he was from Vietnam or something. I couldn't believe that this was African, who didn't even live in the U.S. or in Asia, could know more than me, who had friends and neighbors who were fighting over there. I didn't know whether to believe him or not. Yes, he said, but the government the U.S. was supporting was not a democracy, but a bloodthirsty dictatorship. Despite that, I continued saying the first thing that came into my head, that the U.S. was fighting communists because they wanted to take over everything. Just like when you're a little kid and they get you to believe in the boogeyman, you don't know what the hell the boogeyman is, but you hate him and you're scared of him. Don't trust West Indians because they'll stab you in the back. Don't trust Africans because they think they are better than we are. Don't hang out with Puerto Ricans because they all sit together and will gang up on you. I have learned through experience that they were all lies told by stupid people, but I never thought I could be so easily tricked into being against something I didn't understand. It's got to be one of those most basic principles of living. Always decide who your enemies are for yourself, and never let your enemies choose your enemies for you. After that, I began to read about what was happening in Vietnam. Our government couldn't do anything that bad, I told Bonnie. There had to be some other information. I damn sure didn't want to be as ignorant as I had been. I decided I'd keep trying to follow what was happening, but I still couldn't believe the U.S. was doing all the foul things I was reading in the newspapers. The difference between the Africans and the other friends I hung out with that summer was startling. I remember one day at the beach. A multicolored umbrella stands defiantly against the wind. Blankets and silly-looking beach towels color the beach, along with soda cans and bottles of Bacardi and Johnny Walker Black. An improvised outdoor sound system has been hooked up, and Martha and the Vandellas are wailing in the background. Poverty and fire and brimstone boil over in a deadly stew. Did I say deadly? But the beautiful people refuse to let me read in peace. My girlfriend has insisted on fixing me up with Mr. Wonderful, who turns out to be an egomaniac decked out in monogram swimming trunks, a matching terry cloth robe, and a monogram towel to boot. I want to go back to James Baldwin, but I am surrounded by a group of people that talk too loud, looking and thinking something like Mr. Wonderful. Some women are in the bathroom smoking reefer and blowing their hair dry. They go back to talking about people and hair going back. They are putting on makeup to look like black Barbie dolls on the beach. I want to be real. The struggle I've been going through and the struggle I've been seeing is too hard to lie about, and I don't even want to try. I get my beach towel and my book and ease on down the beach a little piece. Looking out at the ocean, I wonder how many of our people lie buried there, slaves of another era. One day I was happy just to be alive and young and moving. It seemed that everybody was in some kind of bag, the dope bag, the whiskey brown paper bag, the Jesus bag, the love bag, the sex bag, the make it bag, and none of those bags were doing anybody any good. I was looking for my own bag, but the pickings were slim. The same dudes who were talking slick and sniffing coke out of $50 bills one day will be scrounging and begging for a loan the next. Even the most successful hustlers seem to be nothing but flunkies and potential fall guys for the mafia. My friends from downtown weren't much better. The boss was decent enough, and I had a pretty good relationship with him and his secretary under whom I worked. At first, I was excited, glad to be around so many black people who seemed to be doing so good. Some of them talked about those companies as if they were going to be the president of the board of directors in 5 years. When I asked him what black people could afford to buy them and whether they were going to wear them to the corner bar, he got insulted. He told me that everything was changing. Everything was so much better. I said that if things were so much better, how come every time a black person got a good job or was a manager or something, it was news and was printed in ebony? Our relationship ended abruptly when he accused me of always trying to bring black people down and make it seem like we don't have nothing. Almost all of the big corporations were involved, and the graduates paid a substantial fee, plus transportation and hotel fees, to participate in the conference. I was proud to have helped bring the conference about. It lasted a few days, and by the time it was over, I was ready to go somewhere and have a good cry. My friend and I got stupidly drunk, singing oldies by the Shells on Lexington Avenue. He telling me about what bastards and the bosses were, about the trials and treacheries of the Democratic Party machine, and telling me how I was going to get another job as a go-go dancer in the ladies' room. The job involved a lot of cash, and I had to be bonded. When you get bonded, they do a background check on you. The job wasn't too bad and the boss was cool. One day, my boss threw a detective's report on my desk. Everything is a lie in America. And the thing that keeps it going is that so many people believe the lie. But my patience was getting shorter and my temper was terrible. The only other person who stayed on my case and prodded me to go back to school was my friend from Kenya. We had grown to be serious friends. Life was like a bus. You could either be a passenger and go along for the ride, or you could be the driver. I decided the first thing I would do was go back to school. On July 19th, 1973, while I was still at the Middlesex County Workhouse, I was brought to the U.S. District Court for the Eastern District of New York and Brooklyn, which has jurisdiction over all federal crimes committed in the counties of Brooklyn and Queens. I was taken there by federal writ to be arraigned on an indictment in which Andrew Jackson and I were accused of having robbed a bank in the county of Queens on August 23rd, 1971. While there were a lot of indictments against me all over New York State, I didn't even know about that summer. This is one I surely could not have missed, because the bank surveillance photo taken of the woman holding up the bank with a gun was put on wanted posters that were pasted up in every subway station, posted in every bank and post office, and blown up in full-page newspaper advertisements. After the feds took a mugshot of me and fingerprinted me, I was arraigned, pled not guilty, and was returned to the workhouse on the same day. I heard nothing further about this indictment until January the 1st, 1975, when the feds brought me back to the Eastern District Court. The prosecutor has made a motion to have me photographed in the same angle, wearing the same kind of glasses, wig, and dress as the woman who had been photographed by the bank cameras during the robbery. They take a photo of you in the same angle as the bank photo and superimpose a transparency of the bank photo over it. If you are unfortunate enough to have two eyes, a nose, and lips in more or less the same place, you end up looking like the bank robber no matter what you really look like. The judge is on the bench. The judge ignores what she is saying and orders me to be photographed. They seem to be trying to jerk my head off my shoulders. The judge has ordered that I am to be photographed today, now, and that all the force necessary to take the pictures in the way that the FBI wants to take them is to be used. The FBI, the marshals, and I end up on the courtroom floor with me on the bottom. I hear Evelyn in the background. Evelyn goes on and on while the marshals twist me, jerk me, strangle me, kick me, and literally try to beat me into submission. I lie on the bench like a rag doll with the stuffing hanging out, feeling like I have just been stampeded by a herd of buffalo. I can't wait for the record to be transcribed. Anybody else is bound to be better. Evelyn thinks the judge is too racist and too arrogant to be worried about the records. But before I went to trial on this case, the powers that be decided that I must first be tried on a state kidnapping case in Brooklyn Supreme Court. The other co-defendant was a young brother by the name of Ronald Myers. No one I knew had ever heard of Ronald Myers, and no one understood why he had been targeted for this particular frame-up. Rema told me that as far as he was concerned, Ron was just a brother who happened to have the misfortune of being framed along with us, an unsuspecting victim. A joint legal conference was arranged between Ronald Myers, his lawyer, a young black lawyer by the name of James Carroll, Evelyn, and me. Immediately upon seeing this brother, most of my suspicions disappeared. He seemed to be just as perplexed and out of it as we were. We had become masters at telling bitter, angry jokes about justice and equality and democratic freedom. But seeing this brother awaken such a sense of righteous indignation in us so-called veterans that we were all bitten by a sunburst of energy. He had plunged to his death. Did I say death? While trying to escape from the Brooklyn house of detention. Another black man had died trying to be free. But I guess it was the best thing I could have done at the moment. Young bloods ain't got no blood to waste, and no syringes, on no barroom floors, and no strange lands delaying other young bloods' freedom. We don't need no tired blood. I was bored to death. Did I say death? Completely out of it until the jury selection process began. There were two prosecutors, one exceedingly ugly lynch mob looking fat guy, and another thin bearded wolfman looking dude, rather on the young side. I guess they assigned the case to him because they were so sure we would be convicted. And they figured a black judge would at least give the illusion of justice. Thompson was somewhat of a character who rarely sat up on the bench, but constantly walked around the courtroom. If anyone could write a book about how a black lawyer can pick a jury and eliminate hostile, racist, prejudiced jurors from the panel, then Evelyn is surely the one to write the book. By the time Evelyn finished asking them questions, we learned they had no black friends or neighbors, would object to black people as niggers or some other derogatory name. Oh, let me back that up. By the time Evelyn finished asking them questions, we learned they had no black friends or neighbors, would object to their children marrying a black person, or had referred to black people as niggers or some other derogatory name. After a while, many of the whites asked to be excused before Evelyn even asked them any questions. Most of them preferred to be excused rather than have their feelings toward black people, black militants, and Black Panthers questioned and explored. I have decided to act as co-counsel and to make this opening statement not because I have any illusions about my legal abilities, but rather because there are things that I must say to you. His words were like a beautiful dream in a beautiful world, but I have been awaiting trial for 2.5 years, and justice in my eyesight has not been the American dream. It's been the American nightmare. And what about the millions of people who have been sentenced at birth to poverty, to live like animals and work like dogs? I have never been convicted of a crime in my life. Ronald Myers is not on trial because he has committed a crime. And no matter what the outcome of this trial, I will always feel a bitterness about what has happened to Ronald Myers and what has happened to me. When it comes to the media, I have learned to believe none of what I hear and half of what I see. But I can tell you, if I were just Jane Doe citizen and if I did not know better, I would have read those articles and come to the same conclusion that Joanne Chesty-Mart, Ronald Myers, and all other people called militants were a bunch of white-hating, cop-hating, gun-toting, crazed, fanatical maniacs fighting for some abstract, misguided cause. People are tried and convicted in their newspapers and on television before they ever see a courtroom. According to them, the BLA blah was everywhere. However, most of you did say you believe that the Black Liberation Army was a militant organization. The Black Liberation Army is not an organization. It goes beyond that. The concept of the BLA blah arose because of the political, social, and economic oppression of Black people in this country. The BLA blah is part of that resistance movement. This city is on the brink of bankruptcy, and yet hundreds of thousands of dollars are being spent on this trial. We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. These words are especially meaningful in the year of this country's bicentennial. I would like to help make this a better world. for my daughter and for all the children of this world, for all the men and women of this world. But you understand that the BLA, blah, it's not on trial here. Most of you have seen the staggering numbers of young lives sucked into oblivion, into walking deaths by the use of drugs, and seeing the dreams, the potential of a whole generation of youngsters drain away down into the bottomless pit of a needle. And these victims also have their victims, the countless number of people who have been mugged, burglarized, and robbed by drug-made vampires who care about nothing else but their poison. You have been chosen to be the representatives of justice. I have only brought them up to help you understand the political and emotional context in which this case comes before you. We ask only that you be as open and as fair as you would want us to be. Were we sitting in the jury box determining your guilt or innocence? I don't remember how many there were, but there were a never-ending parade. The carefully planned, carefully rehearsed case of the FBI and local New York police began to fall apart from the moment the witnesses were cross-examined. The prosecution was so desperate to get a conviction in this case that they resorted to stupid theatrical devices that backfired. We knew he was connected with the FBI in some way, but it was not until he was cross-examined by James Carroll, Ronald Meyer's lawyer, that the real picture of collusion between him and the FBI came out. By the time we called our first witness, Evelyn was looking smug and rubbing her hands together. Records subpoenaed from the state liquor authority proved that the bar was owned by someone else, not by the witness who had testified to be the owner. The real owner testified that he had closed the bar before the alleged kidnapping, that he had visited every day during the period of time it has hosted the kidnapping, and had locked the door as he left and had given no one permission to use it. The bar had been closed for 1 year before the alleged crime. I had gone back to school at a time when struggle and activity were growing, when Black consciousness and nationalism were on the upswing. The Golden Drums, the Black organization on campus, whose president was a principal discipline brother named Henry Jackson, was pushing for more Black studies courses. By word of mouth or by the bulletin board, we were turned on to concerts, plays, poetry readings, etc. I had always thought of poetry in a European sense, but the last poets spoke in African rhythms, chanted to the beat of African drums, and talked about revolution. When we leave their place on 125th Street, I think it was called the Blue Gorilla, we'd be so excited and fired up, we didn't even notice the long subway ride home. If I was running myself ragged before I went back to school now, I was flying. Even my image of myself was changing, as well as my concept of beauty. Afraid to go to the beach, afraid to walk in the rain, afraid to make passionate love on hot summer nights if I had to get up and go to work in the morning. Back to where? Back to the devil or Africa? At the time, my hair was conked, but the hairdresser said it was relaxed. This is what I think is beautiful. You can spend a lifetime discovering African-style hairdressers. There are so many of them, and so many creative natural styles yet to be invented. I wasn't in school but a hot minute when a brother in my math class told me about the Golden Drums. The subject of one of the many lectures scheduled by the Drums was about a slave who had plotted and planned and fought for his freedom. I had grown up believing the slaves hadn't fought back. I was also meeting a lot of sisters and brothers whose level of consciousness was much higher than mine. Black people who had gained knowledge not only by reading, but by participating in the struggle, who talked about Denmark Vesey, Gabrielle Prosser, Sinkay, as well as Nat Turner, because they had gone out of their way to learn about our history and our struggle. Among the most common lies are that Lincoln freed the slaves, that the Civil War was fought to free the slaves, and that the history of Black people in America has consisted of slow but steady progress, that things have gotten better bit by bit. Millions who had been indifferent or lukewarm to the secession of the South jumped on the bandwagon to defend the Union. But the enthusiasm was short-lived. When the draft law was enacted, tens of thousands of white workers in New York City took to the streets and brutally beat and murdered every black person they could find. It has been estimated that between 400 and 8,000 blacks were killed as a result of the so-called New York draft law riots. A popular verse published in the newspapers of the day reflected the sentiment of many Northerners. Some say it's a burning shame to make the niggers fight, and that the trade of being killed belongs but to the white. But as for me, upon my soul, so liberal are we here, I let Sambo be murdered in place of myself, in place of myself, on every day of the year. Some say it's a burning shame to make the niggers fight, and that the trade of being killed belongs but to the white. But as for me, upon my soul, so liberal as we here, I let Sambo be murdered in place of myself on every day in the year. But the document had very little immediate effect. My first impulse would be to free all the slaves and send them to Liberia, to their own native land. It was a war between two economic systems, a war of power and control of the U.S. by two separate factions of the ruling class, rich white Southern slave owners and rich white Northern industrialists. The battle was between a plantation slave economy and an industrial manufacturing economy. An industrial revolution was taking place in the years before the Civil War. The amount of goods produced was no longer determined by the number of people working in the process, but by the capacity of the machines. As manufacturing centers began to grow, European immigrants were imported as a source of cheap labor. More than 5 million entered the U.S. between 1820 and 1860. Northern capitalists were afraid slave owners would open factories and produce goods more cheaply because they didn't have to pay for labor. All the differences between the North and the South were economic, not moral. For capitalists to control the economy and the political system, the slave system had to be defeated. For only a tiny portion of the population was the abolition of slavery a moral issue, and the overwhelming majority of the white people who supported the abolition of slavery or who fought in the Union's army did so because they believed it was in their interest, not for love or concern for black people. I began to control my life. Before going back to college, I knew I didn't want to be an intellectual, spending my life in books and libraries without knowing what the hell was going on in the streets. The black students going to Manhattan Community College belonged to every type of organization. Sometimes the discussions and debates got so heated that they lasted until 11 o'clock, when night school ended and the building was being closed up. There seemed to be hundreds of chairs in the room. I spotted the brother who had invited me, and he introduced me to 10 or 15 people already there. They were such nice people and so sincere, but their circle had grown so small they were reduced to giving speeches to each other. Schools in America are interested in brainwashing people with Americanism, giving them a little bit of education and training them in skills needed to fill the positions the capitalist system requires. They wanted the local school boards to have hiring and firing power over teachers in their districts, but the city's Board of Education and the American Federation of Teachers was against them. A whole bunch of us from Manhattan Community College loaded on the subway and took the train out to a demonstration called by the Ocean Hill-Brownsville parents. Proud, alive, angry, disciplined, upbeat, and most of all, with that sisterly, brotherly kinship I loved. You'd better take control of the army too, because those banks aren't going to just let you take their money lying down. Everybody started talking about what the brother had said. We were alive and we were excited, And we believed that we were going to be free someday. But the question was, how? The Provisional Government of the Republic of New Africa advocated the establishment of a separate black nation within the U.S. to be made up of what is now South Carolina, Georgia, Alabama, Mississippi, and Louisiana. Speeches were woven between songs and poems. Do you want to be a citizen of the Republic of New Africa? If you want an African name, just ask that brother over there to give you one. The brother, she pointed out, was wearing a long bubba with matching pants and a matching fez type hat. His left ear was pierced and his face was strained in concentration, the veins in his forehead throbbing. The brother looked at me and asked me a couple of questions, which I don't remember, and then began shaking the container furiously. He hurled out the contents, which turned out to be shells, onto a soft cloth. After a long, concentrated stare at the shells and after glancing back and forth at me, the brother decided that my name was Ibumi Oladipo. He spelled the name out to me as I wrote it down. Then I hurried over to the sister's table and became a citizen of the Republic of New Africa. I found my new name away in my pocketbook and continued sucking in the atmosphere, tripping out on the idea of a black nation in Babylon, a nation of black people smack dab in the middle of the belly of the beast. Imagining black youth flourishing and being nourished in black schools, taught by teachers who loved them and who taught them to love themselves. Controlling their lives, their institutions, working together to build a humane society, ending the long legacy of suffering black people who have endured at the hands of America. Back then, the idea just seemed too far-fetched, I guess. At the time, having an African name seemed a little far-fetched too. It wasn't until years later, after college and more revolutionary activism and marriage, that I began to seriously think about changing my name. From the time I picked my hair out in the morning to the time I slipped off to sleep with Mingus in the background, I felt like an African woman and rejoiced in it. From the paintings on my walls, the big fat pillows on my floor, from the incense burning in the air to the music dancing through the rooms, my whole life was moving to African rhythms. My mind, heart, and soul had gone back to Africa. But my name was still stranded in Europe somewhere. Chesimard, like most other last names black people use today, was derived from somebody named Chesimard had been the slave master of my ex-husband's ancestors. Black folks went from being Mr. Johnson's Mary and Mr. Jackson's Paul to being Mary Johnson and Paul Jackson. Sometimes before dozing off to sleep, I would lie in bed and think about it, wondering how many slaves Chesimard had owned in Martinique and how often he beat them. I thought about Ibumi Oladipo, but there was one problem. We didn't want to be tape recorders, recording whatever information, facts, lies they gave us, and then playing them all back during examinations. We began to talk about an education that was relevant to us as Black people, that we could take back to our communities. The academic curriculum was to be supplemented with courses that would enhance the students' sense of self-worth and give them more of a sense of their history. My spelling is terrible, and my skills in mathematics are limited to 2 and 2 equaling 4. Through conversation, it was obvious just how bright they were, yet they scored way below their grade levels in reading and math. There was such a big contradiction between the intelligence they exhibited in class and their test scores that I didn't know where to begin. Everybody got to be teacher for a while. We talked about what was beautiful. We talked about all the different kinds of beauty in the world and about all the different kinds of flowers in the world. And then we talked about the different kinds of beauty that people have and about the beauty of Black people. Most of these principles are caught up in the bureaucracy, and they force the teachers to be caught up in it too. The more active I became, the more I liked it. It was beautiful. I love Black people. I don't care what they are doing, but when Black people are struggling, that's when they are most beautiful to me. I was never bored and never lonely, and the brothers and sisters who became my friends were so beautiful to me. I would mention their names, but the way things are today, I'd only be sending the FBI or the CIA to their doors. I had heard communist bloc and behind the Iron Curtain so much in the media that I had naturally formed the impression that these countries were all the same. It has never ceased to amaze me how so many people can be tricked into hating people who have never done them any harm. Black folks with money have always tended to support candidates who they believe would protect their financial interests. Anytime you're talking about a ladder, you're talking about a top and a bottom, an upper class and a lower class, a rich class and a poor class. As long as you've got a system with a top and a bottom, Black people are always going to wind up at the bottom because we're the easiest to discriminate against. And this is the way the US government wants it to be. That I have begun to think of myself as a socialist, but I could not in any way see myself joining any of the socialist groups I came in contact with. I love to listen to them, learn from them, and argue with them, but there was no way in the world I could see myself becoming a member. Some of the older members thought that because they had been in the struggle for socialism for a long time, they knew all the answers to the problems of Black people and all the aspects of the Black liberation struggle. They attacked the Vietnamese for participating in the Paris peace talks, claiming that by negotiating the Viet Cong were selling out to the US. I believe that to gain our liberation, we must come from the position of power and unity, and that a Black revolutionary party led by Black revolutionary leaders is essential. I believe in uniting with white revolutionaries to fight against a common enemy, but I was convinced that it had to be on the basis of power and unity rather than from weakness and unity at any cost. Who sees but cannot bear to see? Who is uneasy with people because she don't know how to be phony and is afraid to be real? We have all been infected with a sickness that can be traced back to the auction block. I have seen you struggle in the dark. The world beats you on your back, dragging your catch back to our den. I love you, mommy, because you are beautiful, and I am life that springs from you. Part tree, part weed, part flower. Electric shocks are zooming down my back the way they do when I am about to go temporarily insane. I am beyond that. The revolution would not be televised on the 6 o'clock news. Somehow, I believe that our shared commitment to the Black liberation struggle would result in a marriage made in heaven. To complicate matters, my husband's ideas about marriage stemmed mostly from his parents' life, where his mother was the homemaker and his father was the breadwinner. After a while, it became clear to me that I was about as ready to be married as I was to grow wings and to fly. So after a confused and unhappy year, we decided we made much better friends than marriage partners and called it quits. At that time, California, especially the Bay Area, was where everything was happening. Some of my favorite professors were going out west for the summer, and they offered to hook me up with a place to stay. My friends found a place for me in Berkeley, the most radical, progressive place I had ever been. There are books and pamphlets in the San Francisco and Berkeley bookstores I had never seen in New York. And for the first time, I read The Theory of Urban Guerrilla Warfare as outlined by Che Guevara, Carlos Marighella, and the Tupamaros. The U.S. government had invaded more than 15 countries there. not once or twice, but in some cases more than 10 times. And the guerrilla movements were waging armed struggle in most of them. Reading about guerrilla warfare in South America and Vietnam was one thing, but thinking in terms of guerrilla war inside the US was another. Back then, people used the word revolution just because it sounded hep. To me, the revolutionary struggle of Black people had to be against racism, capitalism, imperialism, and sexism, and for real freedom under a socialist government. But the reality of achieving it seems a long way off. But I hadn't forgotten the hard hats and the rednecks and the Bible Belt and the so-called Middle Americans who had elected Nixon. At the time, Alcatraz had been taken over by Native Americans who were protesting against a long series of broken treaties, genocidal policies, and racist exploitation. Once on the other side, we would jump into a rickety little boat with water in the bottom and limp across the bay to the island. By the time we got there, I felt as if I had done a day's work. As I spoke, I realized that most of the history I had been taught about the Indians was probably lies invented by the white man. I will never forget the quiet confidence of the Indians as they went about their lives calmly, even though they were under the constant threat of invasion by the FBI and the US military. It was a territory they had liberated on the border between New York and Canada. There were a million groups in the Bay Area I wanted to check out. It was a brief meeting since the brother with whom I had the appointment had to be on the move. I was not aware that Chicanos in the city were fighting against unemployment, police brutality, and inferior schools, just like Black people. The brother also told me that they had been doing a lot of work around Los Siete de las Razas, 7 Chicano brothers who had been accused of killing a San Francisco policeman. The brother had to run, though. I was especially anxious to meet up with them because it was so hard to get information about them back east. Someone gave me an address, and since I didn't have the faintest idea where it was, I got a brother to drive me over to Chinatown to look for their headquarters. I told him that I thought there was a whole lot of us in the same predicament, and that the only way we were going to get out of it was to come together and break the chains. The brother looked at me as if I was spouting empty rhetoric. People think in order for something to work, it has to be complicated. But a lot of times, the opposite is true. The day was blue and beautiful, and we just sat there lazing in the sun without a care in the world, listening to some rock music that was playing in the background. Everybody was feeling laid back and mellow when all of a sudden a bunch of pigs descended on a group of hippies and proceeded to beat them mercilessly, kicking them and hitting them with clubs. By the time we got our voices together to cry out and protest, the pigs were carrying the hippies off. "You better get rid of those before the pigs see them," one said. "More are on the way. If you've got any grass on you, you better get out of here fast." The Asian brother led our half-day's procession out of the park. As we were driving, everybody started to talk about the pigs beating up on the hippies. We were all silent for a minute, imagining ourselves being beaten and carted off to jail. "It's a good thing they didn't see those leaflets," the other Asian brother said. In my tongue-tied, confused state of marijuana intoxication, I tried to communicate to them that I had been trying to get in touch with their organization to check it out. The brother who had been doing most of the talking reached down under the seat and handed me a leaflet which had the date and time of the form. "You've got to be alert to deal with this situation. You've got to be disciplined and ready to deal with the enemy at all times." I was embarrassed to be bumbling down the street in the middle of the day, not in full control of my faculties, too high to deal with reality, much less change it. I wondered what the brothers from the Red Guard had thought of us sitting there in a stupor, having to be virtually led out of the park. I had heard somebody say that revolutionaries get high on revolution, and that it was the best high in the world. I walked back to where I was staying, wondering what I was going to be I went back to where I was staying, wondering what I was going to have to do to become who I needed to become. The sheer audacity of walking onto the California Senate floor with rifles demanded that Black people have the right to bear arms and the right to self-defense made me sit back and take a long look at them. And the more political I became, the more I appreciated them. I made it my business to drive by some of the New York Black Panther Party offices and offer to help them with this or that, whatever needed to be done. The police actually had the audacity to charge them with plotting to blow up the flowers in the botanical garden. And the 21 were some of the baddest, most politically educated sisters and brothers in the party. A brother opened the door and I nervously blurted out that I was from New York and had to come to check out the party. It was strange to be there in a room with those people. It was hard for me to say it because I felt so much love and respect for the sisters and brothers seated there, but I knew I hate myself if I didn't say what was on my mind, that I had been turned off by the way spokesmen for the party talked to people, that their attitude had often been arrogant, flippant, and disrespectful. I told them I preferred the polite and respectful manner which civil rights workers and Black Muslims talk to the people rather than the arrogant fuck you style that used to be popular in New York. One of the sisters pointed out that there was a leadership crisis in the New York chapter caused by the arrest and imprisonment of the Panther 21. One of the brothers explained that the Panthers were facing the same problem all over the country because of persecution by the pigs. I was truly impressed by the Panthers in Oakland. The papers wouldn't get picked up from the printer until late in the evening, and people would work until the wee hours sorting them out and preparing them for distribution to the Panther offices all around the country. Panthers worked there, but the majority seemed to be sisters and brothers from the neighborhood who had just dropped in to give the Panthers a hand. Every now and then, a few stepped outside to sip a little bitter dog. It wasn't too bad once I got used to it, and by the time 1 a.m. came around, I loved it. Free the Soledad brothers by 12:30? George Jackson, a brilliant revolutionary theorist and writer, was Jonathan Jackson's brother. I wanted to be one of those people who stood up. They charged her with murder because they claimed that some of the guns used belonged to her. She was one of the most beautiful women I had ever seen. If you are deaf, dumb, and blind to what's happening in the world, you're under no obligation to do anything. Of all the things I had wanted to be when I was a little girl, a revolutionary certainly was one of them. It occurred to me that even though I wanted to become a revolutionary more than anything else in the world, I still didn't have the slightest idea what I would have to do to become one. So this is ASSATA, an autobiography. And the forewords were by Angela Davis and Lennox S. Hines. There was no fresh air because the entire building was air conditioned and the only natural light came in from narrow glass slits cut into the side of the building and wired with alarms. We were supposed to stand by the cell doors at various times of the day to be counted. A few of the federal prisoners were big time, with money and connections. They'd been arrested for more sophisticated crimes than the average state prisoner. but the majority were poor, black, or third world, just like in the state jails. A lot of the men on the honor floor, which was on the same floor as the women, had money, and rumor had it that they would send their favorite guards out to buy them Chinese or Italian food or send them to the Jewish delicatessen, depending on their mood. Since the men on the honor floor had contact with the women, many tried to buy them by sending them huge quantities of commissary items. Others tried to impress the women with tall tales about how much they had ripped off or how big they were on the street. I was sitting on the bench with this white guy, waiting for them to take me to court one morning, and he was steady talking $1 and $2 million deals he had pulled off. You should be in the White House with all the other big time con artists. I was really happy to see them both. She was bitter and tired, and her whole attitude can be summed up in 2 words that she frequently used: shove it. I understand how she felt, but I hated to see her so bitter and so hurt and nowhere to go with it, nothing positive to apply it to. I wanted to help her, but I didn't know how. And I was only going to be there for a hot minute. They had trouble seeing gynecologists and having their most basic needs met, medical or otherwise. Charlie was one of the women who worked the hardest to get better medical conditions. We had just finished with the Brooklyn kidnapping case, and I was not at all looking forward to going to trial again so soon. She had quit her job as a professor at New York University Law School on the day I was arrested, on the turnpike to become my lawyer. They were so brainwashed they thought a white lawyer, any white lawyer, was better than a black lawyer. Few, if any, black defendants have ever been free because the judge liked their lawyer. I liked them. I liked him, and decided I wanted him to defend me on the bank robbery case. Evelyn gave Stanley the transcripts from the time I was beaten up in court by the U.S. Marshals trying to photograph me, together with all the other documents in her file, and worked with him on the trial strategy. There was not a person in New York who went to the bank, rode the subway, or walked the streets who had not seen that photograph, with my name printed under it 1,000 times. "You're a lousy lawyer," he would tell me every time we got into an argument over some strategy, "but you're better than a lot of lawyers I know who passed the bar." I have always said that the best thing about being on trial is getting to see and smile at the spectators. Seeing so many beautiful people in the courtroom gave us the push we needed to get down and take care of business. The Muslim sisters and brothers brought their prayer rugs and broke out into prayer in the hallway of the courthouse. People brought their children, explaining what was happening. The FBI then showed this group of pictures to the robbery witnesses and asked them to identify someone who somewhat resembled or bore a likeness to the woman who robbed the bank. 2 of the people who were in the bank signed affidavits saying that the photograph with the numbers across it, my mugshot, looked somewhat like the woman. The rest looked somewhat like the woman. The rest, who had been in the bank at the time of the robbery, made no such identification. We told the judge we wanted a lineup because we thought the initial identification of me as the bank robber was suggestive and tainted. But before the judge had arranged for the lineup, the prosecutor called one of the so-called witnesses to testify. We protested the procedure, but the judge admitted his testimony anyway. Their plan to superimpose the bank surveillance photo over my photograph failed because they had only one photo of me that was taken at the same angle as the bank robbery picture. It was one of the photographs taken when they assaulted me in the courtroom before the trial began, when I refused to let them take my picture. They brought in some dude from the FBI who said he was an expert on identifying photographs by examining them under the microscope. Under cross-examination, all his carefully constructed expertise turned into a pile of rocks, and this new technical breakthrough in crime fighting proved to be nothing but a fraud. But the guy had credentials in photography a mile long, and you could tell from the way he taught that he loved photography and that he was incensed of what the FBI was trying to do. His testimony was so correct and his facts so together, the prosecutor barely bothered to cross-examine him. The capper came when the manager of the bank came forward to testify in my behalf. He said that I was definitely not the woman who robbed the bank and that the robber was a different height and weight from mine. We could see the prosecutor quietly creep under his table. He told the jury that I was hiding the fact that I had big fat arms like the woman who was shown robbing the bank, that I was concealing my arms because I had not worn a sleeveless dress in court. The trial was held in the middle of January. He then held up a picture of the woman robbing the bank, and in the other hand, he held up my mugshot picture. Both the woman in the bank and I had on hoop earrings. But their sitting on a jury might mean that their neighbor's son or daughter doesn't end up frying in the electric chair or riding away behind bars. They brought me back to Rikers Island, where I was put into solitary confinement. I offered to arrange it for him, and the brother consented. I explained the new system to the brother, happy at least that the experience gained from all those boring office jobs was put to some revolutionary use. My hotel room was a pool table in the basement of a church. I slept better than a princess on 20 mattresses. When I got back to New York, I was assigned to the medical cadre. She had been beaten, tortured, and hung upside down out of a police station window. She was sort of shy, and I felt sorry for her because she seemed to be under so much pressure. We made medical and dental appointments for them and taught them basic first aid so that they could help the people in emergencies. Periodically, we set up a table on the street corner and gave free TB tests or gave out information on sickle cell anemia. Every week, all the medical cadre members from the Bronx, Brooklyn, Harlem, Jamaica, and Corona branches met at the Bronx Ministry of Information. I was a lousy paper seller, and most of the time I got some of my doing good friends to chip in and buy them. She demanded that we take our jobs seriously, and woe be to the medical cadre who showed up at the weekly meeting with nothing on their progress reports. This will teach you to put the papers up on the rack where they belong. The next day, when I walked into the Harlem office, Basher, the officer of the day, told me I would have to leave. I got the Bronx Ministry and told them to put Bay on the phone and proceeded to call him the unprincipled, arrogant idiot he was. They think that just because they have some kind of title in front of their name, you're supposed to bend over and kiss them on the ass. That's something that has got to be put into practice every day. Fancy meeting you here. This is who I was supposed to be helping said. That's all right, sister, the brother who was leading the meeting said. You can do penance by working on the breakfast program for life. Yep, you can show your sincerity to the hungry children of Harlem by working on the breakfast for as long as you're in the party. They'll just assign you to the breakfast program every day until you're used to it, and they can count on you to be disciplined. Working on the breakfast program turned out to be an absolute delight. One little girl came over to me and tapped me on the back. There was one little boy who I was convinced had a tapeworm. When a new kid joined the program, the parents might drop by to check it out, but in general, they would only come to leave the kids or pick them up. The breakfast program in East Harlem was the poorest. And that middle of winter, some of the kids were without hats, gloves, scarves, and boots, and wore just some skimpy coats or jackets. As far as I was concerned, there were two dudes who had made contributions to revolutionary struggle, too great to be ignored. As far as I was concerned, these were the best PE classes the party ever gave. With a few exceptions, PE classes for party members turned out to be just the opposite. The basic problem was not whether the teacher was good or bad. The basic problem stemmed from the fact that the BPP had no systematic approach to political education. They talked about intercommunalism, but still really believed that the Civil War was fought to free the slaves. A whole lot of them barely understood any kind of history, Black, African, or otherwise. A lot of the sisters and brothers had joined because they were sick and tired of the oppression they had been suffering. For example, one day, an African brother who was working with one of the African liberation movements came into the office and gave us a beautiful calendar put out by one of the African liberation groups. It had beautiful pictures of African freedom fighters and said something like international support for African liberation. Some members were natural geniuses at organizing people, but they were usually the busiest comrades with the most responsibility. I knew the party was under attack, but it felt like it wasn't so near, like it was lingering in the background. Later, when the arsenal turned out to be a few legally registered rifles and shotguns, the press never printed a word. But the way the tide of racism is rising in this country, Black people better be more scared to not have a gun than to have one. When the Ku Klux Klan and all these other races running around, Black people have got to be suicidal if they don't own and know how to operate a gun. If you don't own a gun now, you better rush out and buy one, because in a few years, the way this country is moving, it might be against the law for Blacks to buy guns. One of the best things about struggling is the people you meet. Before I became involved, I never dreamed such Black, beautiful people existed. I also respected him because he refused to become part of the macho cult that was an official body in the BPP. He never voted on issues or took a position just to be one of the boys. I knew this had to be especially hard for him because he was small and his masculinity was always being challenged in some way by the more backward, muscle-headed men in the party. When you say culture, most people think you're talking about the opera and Amy Vanderbilt's etiquette book, but that's not what I'm talking about. I couldn't get over how personal some of those people tried to get even, though I'd never seen them before. We were at a meeting with the Computer People for Peace, a group that was helping to raise the money to bail out Sundiata Akali. One guy kept interrupting him, implying that Zaid was pushing for Sundiata's release because they were friends, that he was being subjective and dealing from an emotional rather than a scientific objective analysis. My brother Lumumba, my own flesh and blood, has also been locked up for more than 1 year, and I haven't asked you for a dime to bail him out. Even though I had no money to pay my telephone bill and had long since stopped paying it, the telephone kept working, and after a while, I stopped receiving any bills. That was one of the big problems in the party, because I was still a college student. I was often called on by the BPP to do student work. I didn't mind working with students to coordinate this or that, but I was definitely, afraid of speaking in public. But they insisted I had to learn in order to be effective on campus. The big storefront window was removed and replaced by a wooden partition. I didn't believe that shit. One of the basic laws of people's struggle was to retreat when the enemy is strong and to attack when the enemy is weak. One of the party's major weaknesses, I thought, was the failure to clearly differentiate between above-ground political struggle and underground clandestine military struggle. Although the two must work together, they must have completely separate structures, and any links between the two must remain secret. But the point is to try and prevent this from happening, or that from happening. One day in the not too distant future, any Black organization that is not based on boot flicking and tomming will be forced underground. Everything seemed to be in a continuous state of chaos. If the pigs were going to attack the office, why would they bother to tell us? In the back of my mind, I half thought they were testing me to see how I would respond in a crisis. 2 weeks came and went, but there was no invasion. For the most part, Panthers were a friendly, open group of people who really went out of their way to be kind and helpful, and in spite of all the pressure and hardships they had to deal with, managed to be principled and to fight as hard as they knew how for our people. Bay's problem was that he was none too bright and that he had an aggressive, even belligerent way of talking and dealing with people. Cotton had been sent to New York and put in charge of fixing up the brownstone that the party had bought on 127th Street. He used to mosey over to the Harlem office with a bottle of cheap pluck in his back pocket and tell war stories. He was going to hook up the security system so that if so much as a foot was put on the front steps of the building, an alarm would alert the security officer inside. If it was the pigs, huge floodlights would be turned on, blinding them. I had a special interest in the building since the ground floor and the basement were designated to be the free health clinic. At the time, the basement was a disaster with no plumbing, no heat, no electricity, and a mountain load of bricks, powder, and debris. Cotton assured me that the basement would be fixed up within 6 months. There was a small table and a single bed, which he carefully explained to me was made up in military style, ready at all times for the minister. Cotton says that the brother who works for him is sick and that you refuse to do anything for him. It took me several days to get the thing straight, but finally the assistant confirmed that I had made the doctor's appointment for him, but that he had neglected to keep it and had gone home instead. Things seemed to be going from bad to worse. Although there wasn't much dissension in the New York branch, there was beaucoup discussion and disunity on the national level. Panthers who owned little more than the clothes on their backs were out in the street in the freezing cold weather selling papers with big pieces of cardboard in their shoes and with flimsy jackets that did nothing to hold back the hawk. I wanted to believe the security story, but it didn't fit my sense of logic. Then came the long series of expulsions, which proved out to be the last straw. Gone were the big Panther buttons and big Panther flags flapping in the wind. The beautiful revolutionary creativity I had loved so much was gone. Zaid was acting as peacemaker between Huey and the Panther 21, furiously trying to get Huey to rescind his expulsion order. Setawayo and Daruba, who had not been expelled because they were out on bail and had not signed the letter, were also attempts to get the Panther 21 reinstated. Like Zaid, Set, and Daruba honestly believed they could straighten out the madness. Nobody back then had ever heard of the counterintelligence program, COINTELPRO, set up by the FBI. Nobody could possibly have known that the FBI had sent a phony letter to Eldridge Cleaver in Algiers, signed by the Panther 21, criticizing Huey Newton's leadership. No one could have known that the FBI had sent a letter to Huey's brother saying that the New York Panthers were plotting to kill him. Huey ended up suspending Set and Deruba from the party, branded them as enemies of the people, and caused them to go into hiding in fear for their very lives. No one had the slightest idea that this whole scenario was carefully manipulated and orchestrated by the FBI. When they brought the Black Panther newspaper to the office, the one that branded Deruba, Set, and Set's wife, Connie Matthews Tabor, as enemies of the people, I refused to sell it and attacked it as an outright lie. I had been so outspoken about my criticism that I knew it was just a matter of time before I too would be expelled. The tension had increased even more. The differences between the New York cadre and the West Coast leadership growing even wider. I tried to stress to the comrades what I saw to be the importance of everybody sitting down and resolving their differences. I would look out my window, and there, in the middle of Harlem, in front of my house, would be two white men sitting and reading the newspaper. I still hadn't received a telephone bill, and months had gone by since I paid the last one. Yet, the telephone was always working. I hated to move from my apartment because the rent was so cheap. I had no choice but to leave. It was impossible to live amid all those bugging devices. Maybe they had been taping my voice and hooking up pieces of conversations to make it seem like there was a conspiracy to do something. Everybody said they were telling me so tough because they thought I would lead them to Set, Deruba, or some other comrade that had been forced into hiding. I thought of going to Evelyn's, but I figured that as soon as I showed, the pigs would be there waiting for me. I decided the best thing I could do was lay low until I found out what was going on and could come to some decision. I was shocked when I ran into a brother I knew in a supermarket. I thought the ideal way to struggle was to have a regular job or whatever as a front, and then go out at night or whenever and do what needed to be done. Careful to leave no trails. I still think that is the best way, but you have to anticipate being discovered and be prepared for whatever might happen. At the end of the 60s or the beginning of the 70s, it seemed like people were going underground left and right. I was kind of in limbo, slipping back and forth between above and below. There were so many things that needed to be done. Basically, I was working with the railroad support network stations, trying to find the basic necessities for people and trying to help them get to where they wanted to go. As many Black people as the New York Police Department murdered every year, someone was finally paying them back. The media was filled with countless adjectives: senseless, brutal, vicious, deadly. Did I say deadly? Bloody, etc. On May 19th, Malcolm X's birthday, two police had been machine gunned on Riverside Drive. I was sick and tired of us being the only victims, and I didn't care who knew it. As far as I was concerned, the police in the Black communities were nothing but a foreign occupying army, beating, torturing, and murdering people at whim and without restraint. What did you buy to eat? I asked my friend to go and get me a wig and some other things to enable me to move around a little bit. I would just stop by to explain to her why I was late and to tell her goodbye. I just stopped by to say goodbye. I told her that as far as I knew, there was no way I could be traced to her. Then relax, fool. It don't make no sense for you to be out there in the street moving around right now. You done involved me in it already, and if I didn't want to be bothered, I wouldn't have opened my door. Tough, critical, a bit too cynical, but a real stand-up woman. The move has got to be made with care since my picture has just been plastered all over the newspapers. I walked down to the subway, stopping to buy the paper. Cops nab light bulb bandit. I am hiding my beautiful nappy hair under this wig and hating it, hiding my stuff to save my life. I traveled quite a bit and met up with some really beautiful people. People so beautiful they restored my faith in humanity each time I passed through their station. Sisters and brothers joined these groups because they were committed to revolutionary struggle in general and armed struggle in particular and wanted to help build the armed movements in America. But the question was how? How to bring together all those people scattered around the country into an organized body that would be effective in struggling for Black liberation. It became evident almost from the beginning that consolidation was not a good idea. But the biggest problem was one of political development. Some of the groups thought they could just pick up arms and struggle, and that somehow people would see what they were doing and begin to struggle themselves. They wanted to engage in a do or die battle with the power struggle in America, even though they were weak and ill prepared for such a fight. But the most important factor is that armed struggle by itself can never bring about a revolution. It soon became clear to me that our most important battle was to help politically mobilize, educate, and organize the masses of Black people and to win their minds and hearts. Every group fighting for freedom is bound to make mistakes, but unless you study the common fundamental laws of armed revolutionary struggle, you are bound to make unnecessary mistakes. To win, we have got to wear down our oppressors little by little, and at the same time strengthen our forces slowly but surely. I understood some of my more impatient sisters and brothers. I knew that it was tempting to substitute military for a political struggle, especially since all of our above ground organizations were under vicious attack by the FBI, the CIA, and the local police agencies. They have to be based on the objective conditions and on what is the rational, unemotional thing to do. In 1857, the U.S. Supreme Court ruled that Blacks were only 3/5 of a man and had no rights that whites were bound to respect. It was plain to me that we couldn't look to the courts for freedom and justice any more than we could expect to gain our liberation by participating in the US political system. And it was pure fantasy to think we could gain them by begging. I wasn't one who believed that we should wait until our political struggle had reached a high point before we began to organize the underground. After my acquittal in the Queens Bank robbery case in Brooklyn federal court on January 16, 1976, I was brought back to New Jersey, placed in the basement of the Middlesex County Jail for men in solitary confinement, and held there for more than a year until the Jersey trial was over. After a long, drawn-out court battle, both sides agreed that a hearing officer should review my jail conditions and make a ruling. We had no say whatsoever. and who was appointed, and therefore expected the decision to be favorable to the state. But he surprised everybody and ruled that my conditions of imprisonment were indeed inhuman and recommended that they be changed at once. But through a series of appeals and legal maneuvers, the state succeeded in keeping me confined in the basement. This turned out to be a mistake, since they were not exactly in love with each other. Neither Stanley nor Evelyn was a New Jersey lawyer, and we had to get a New Jersey lawyer to be on the case. Stanley asked a young white New Jersey lawyer named Stuart Ball, and after some reservations, he agreed to be the admitting lawyer. Everyone knew that the New Jersey trial was the big one, and that my chances of receiving a fair trial were about slim to none. The problems were magnified greatly by the fact that nobody was being paid. The lawyers were having problems covering even their bare expenses. It seemed like every other month, one or another of the lawyers was asking the judge to be relieved from the case. We needed to find a ballistics expert and a forensic chemist, and among others, to refute the state's charges. The most crucial part of the prosecutor's case was the scientific testimony alleging that I had huge amounts of the dead, did I say dead? State troopers' blood on me. Members of the defense committee published a bulletin to keep people informed about what was happening in the case, and also did speaking engagements and fundraising. If he could have made people bow to him and kiss his hand, he would have done it. We both felt that at least some of the scientific reports had been fudged by the New Jersey state troopers. We talked about this and a million things before the visit ended. Evelyn talked to Phyllis, Stanley's widow, and she gave her every legal paper she could find that had something to do with my case. But the bulk of the material was still missing. It took more than a month to get some of them back. I became more suspicious than before. Appleby's strategy was to completely intimidate the lawyers, to harass them, threaten them, until they became fearful of mounting any significant opposition to the legal lynching that was supposed to be my trial. Appleby's order to show cause why Bill should not be thrown off the case accomplished what it intended. Appleby threatened every single one of the lawyers with contempt, not once or twice, but regularly. Someone sent a letter to the U.S. Treasury in Washington, and approximately 10 days later, he was under investigation by the Internal Revenue Service. The trial began on January 17, 1977, the same day Gary Gilmore was shot in Utah. Gary Gilmore was the first person legally executed since the death, did I say death? Penalty was struck down by the U.S. Supreme Court in the early 1970s. Well, A, assuming that means answer. Well, to be perfectly honest, I think I would be a little biased. Q, assuming that to be question. In the event that you were to be chosen to serve, do you feel that you could sit and listen to all the evidence in the case and then judge it fairly and impartially and apply the law that the judge gives to you and put aside completely any previous opinions or conceptions or ideas about anything in the case? And then, do you believe that you could render a fair verdict as to the guilt or innocence of this defendant? Q, assuming that to be question. Do you believe that you could? Q, assuming that to be question. Do you feel that based upon whatever information you may have accumulated about the case from any source whatsoever, that you have already formed an opinion in your mind as to the guilt or innocence of this defendant? The judge refused to remove the above two jurors for cause on the basis of bias that would prevent them from being fair and impartial jurors. And our peremptory challenges were quickly exhausted. The so-called jury selection process was the biggest farce in legal history. We can prove by the medical testimony that you were shot in the back with your hand raised in the air. I damn sure didn't believe that any appeals court was going to free me or that any racist, white, prejudiced jury was either. I had thought I would be able to go into everything, being a fugitive, how I became a fugitive, the entire political scenario that led to being in the courtroom. But then they told me something about opening the door. I wanted to back out completely, denounce the trial, but it was too late. When I sit back today and examine why I participated in that trial, I think I must have been crazy. I guess I have been through too many trials and gotten too many acquittals and let that stuff go to my head. One in Queens State Supreme Court charging me with killing policemen was dismissed because the judge, after examining the grand jury minutes, determined there was not enough evidence for me to have been indicted. The other two, one in Brooklyn Supreme Court and the other in Supreme Court in New York County, were dismissed for failure of the state to bring me to trial for 6 years after the indictments had been returned. I should have known better and not lent dignity or credence to that sham. Through the device of this agreement, Sundiata had been transferred to Marion Prison in Illinois, the federal prison that was the most brutal concentration camp in the country. I guess you might be wondering now, is it Because it's in its building process and because it has an industrial focus. This weekend, Saturday and Sunday. Um, and including viewing marathons. So even though we're having technical difficulties with the movie, we are still going to, and we still want to RuPaul's Drag Race after this particular show, which is focused on ASSATA. So we're going to get through the end, and as was promised, it is not from complete beginning to end. But because it's one that's focusing on the progress of, you know, celebrity and public artistry, I was envisioning a public artistry contribution with it, to focus on like the real story with what her experience, how she attempted to, how she put it in these pages in this book. But with the contribution that's here about it and addressing the offenders and how this industry has to go about obtaining their justice that's different than, I don't say general pop, the general pop perspective of court and evidence and results. And I also mentioned that, because this not only was not, I guess it's best for me to explain that it is more of not being a general pop situation, but more of an industrial. Since we've been focusing on awareness when it comes to industry and industrial, I guess I can explain it better. Explain it like that. It's more less general pop and more industrial, and that's why there's a misperception when it came to this FBI warrant, because it's not general pop, so everyone has a right to be defending their charge, and everyone has a right to justice when there was a conflict with being criminally charged. And proper defense. So if it's not general pop, then it shouldn't be the peers, the jury wouldn't be in that environment. It would be the jury with peers, I would think, would be the jury with peers. So if it's more industry, then that's where those peers should be. So I got cut off because the point was coming out, the question was coming out as to whether, I don't know if it's because, but at the time that it was having an issue, the point was coming out as to question whether, when it comes to certifying lawyers or those to practice law, is it relevant more to not practicing law because you don't have the credentials to, you haven't completed what you need to complete that equals practicing law, um, or what if you already are a lawyer or law? Um, what does that mean when it comes to that? Does that mean that you have to restrain yourself from being a law or from being a lawyer if you are already a law or lawyer? So is it about restraint, or is it about certifying and then maybe focus on restraining lawyers to be lawyers? Then how are the lawyers being certified? So which is it? Did you not be yourself, if that's who you are? And should you have to pay to be yourself? Is that law? So then what becomes of the legal system or the law system or the justice system? If you are a lawyer, and the idea is for you to pay to be yourself. Should you pay to be 5'4", a woman, a man, black, brown, white, and that's who you are? So why should you pay to be yourself? So anyway, this show is views with security law. And I must continue. Through the device of this agreement, Sundiata had been transferred to Marion Prison in Illinois, the federal prison that was the most brutal concentration camp in the country. Alderson was in the middle of the West Virginia mountains, and it seemed as if the mountains formed an impenetrable barrier between the prison and the rest of the world. It was surrounded by an electronic fence topped by barbed wire, which in turn was covered by concertina wire, a razor-sharp type of wire that had been outlawed by the Geneva Convention. They were members of the Aryan Sisterhood, the female wing of the Aryan Brotherhood, a white racist group that operates in California prisons and is well known for its attacks on Black prisoners. They were like the Bobbsey twins and clear out of their minds. Also hooked up with the Nazis were the hillbilly prisoners, an obese soul who never bathed and walked around barefoot, and a tobacco-chewing butch who acted like she was in the Confederate Army. She was a feminist and a lesbian, and helped me to better understand many issues in the white women's liberation movement. I respected Rita because she really practiced sisterhood and wasn't just one of those big mouths who go on and on about me. I don't look for trouble, but I let the Nazis know that I was ready to defend myself at any time, and that if they wanted ass, like they say in prison, they would have to bring ass. They were beautiful sisters serving outrageous sentences for minor offenses, similar to the situation that existed at the federal prison in New York. Some women could not afford to buy cigarettes without foregoing necessities, while others had money, contacts, wore fur coats, and lived as if they were in a different prison. I supported Lolita 100%, but there was one thing about which we did not agree. She was extremely religious, and I think believed that religion and socialism were two opposing forces, and socialists and communists were completely opposed to religion and religious freedom. Some were pseudo-revolutionary robots who attacked her for her religious beliefs, telling her that to be a revolutionary, she had to give up her belief in God. I was infuriated by their crass, misguided arrogance. I knew a little bit, but I had too much respect for Lolita to open my mouth carelessly. The maximum security unit closed, and I was shipped back to New Jersey. She looks at me like I am the buffoon I must look like. My daughter goes over to the barred door that leads to the visiting room. I go back to my cage and cry until I vomit. She told us what we needed to be told and made us believe it like nobody else could have. It won't be too long though. I just know you're going to come home and that you're going to be all right. When I got back to my cell, I thought about it all. I wanted to hear their voices one last time before I went. I was feeling kind of mush. And so as not to sound suspicious, I told them I wanted to hear some more about the family's history, tracing the ties back to slavery. But to become free, you have to be acutely aware of being a slave. We hid in the bush when the slave masters came holding spears. Bombs end birth control. I couldn't believe that it had really happened, that the nightmare was over, that finally the dream had come true. I had developed the ability to be patient, calculating, and completely self-controlled. They were so beautiful, natural, and healthy. I was no longer the wide-eyed, romantic young revolutionary who believed the revolution was just around the corner. Like my comrades, I believed that a higher level of political sophistication was necessary and that unity in the Black community had to become a priority. Any community seriously concerned with its own freedom has to be concerned about other people's freedom as well. The struggle in South Africa is the most important battle of the country for Black people. Imperialism is an international system of exploitation, and we, as revolutionaries, need to be internationalists to defeat it. A beautiful city of narrow, spider-web streets on one side of town and broad, tree-lined avenues on the other. They refuse to believe me. How can that be in such a rich country? When I read about death, I said death. Squads in El Salvador or the bombing of hospitals in Nicaragua, I felt like screaming. I wonder how all those people in the States who tried to sound tough, saying that the U.S. should go in here, bomb there, take over this, attack that, would feel as if they knew that they were indirectly responsible for babies being burned to death. Did I say death? It sometimes seems that people in the States are so accustomed to watching death. Did I say death? On eyewitness news, watching people starve to death in Africa. Did I say death? Being tortured to death in Latin America. Did I say death? Or shot down on Asian streets, that somehow for them, people across the ocean, people up there or down there or over there are not real. Nowhere did I find a segregated neighborhood, but several people told me that where I was living had been all white before the revolution. A Black Cuban friend helped me have a better understanding. Now he babysits for his grandchildren, and he says he's crazy about them, but the guy is still not right in the head. They'd be considered Latinos, but to me it represented a historical relationship. I had never heard of any equivalent movement around mulatto pride, and I couldn't imagine what the basis for it would be. It was the most beautiful voice I've ever heard. It seemed too good to be true. In order for Kikuya to get her passport, she needed a birth certificate. Finally, in order for Kikuya to get her passport, she needed a birth certificate. My mother told me that for 10 years, Amherst Hospital had refused to issue Kikuya a birth certificate. Over the months that followed, I began to understand the kind of hell that the police and the FBI put my family through. After I had escaped, the police had so persistently and brutally badgered my mother that she had had a heart attack. But they had survived. As the plane swooped down over her bonnet, it seemed that my heart was beating on my ribs. Get out. It seemed like a million people poured off the plane before the tall little girl with the great big eyes started down the ramp. And I share the ending of this, because how could it not be an industrial movie? With regards to ASSATA, that's the whole point of it being here. That part, that's what I envision. Whoever is playing ASSATA, and then it switched to actual ASSATA on the plane from being freed officially. Not that she's not free, but it being the paper being corrected to equal reality with no, defrauding of the court from, with regards to criminal charges. Just a breath of fresh air when it comes to law being shown coming down, coming out of the plane, going down, in the States, in that. A breath of fresh air when it comes to law and justice with reality. And that's ASSATA in autobiography. So you can imagine, what, whose, acting school would she have? So our out-of-network spotlight, because I'm still including an out-of-network spotlight in this. For kids of every star and stripe, let's celebrate summer together. Fun at every turn. One big happy Halloween. Best dressed jamboree. Jamboree. The out-of-network spotlight for this weekend special that includes ASSATA. To clothes, clothing. What can I say? I mean, of course, whatever money comes from resolving this issue with regards to the FBI and wanted, and, the industrial aspect that it has with regards to wanting individuals and, you know, keeping the integrity of, you know, investigative bureaus. Of course, it will go towards what it's supposed to go towards, and that's that. You know, that's what it will do. It will go towards ASSATA, and what it means with regards to that business and law and celebrity correction. But also, it would go to, you know, helping the ones that have been impacted, the ASSATAs in New Jersey, the ASSATAs in New York. So there has to be some type of line or where you can connect to everyone that is, you know, in this case, you know, and just knowing one personally and just experiencing what an ASSATA, you know, has gone through, and what the challenge for myself has been to stay with the belief that to not go into, you know, the you know, the offenders and the harmers, that it's a, you know, the situation is permanent, you know, before knowing what the situation is, you know, but that whole challenge of with regards to ASSATA, just getting that it could, things that may seem permanent could be temporary because of stuff like this, you know, and like clearly this is supposed to be a temporary situation. Clearly, ASSATA in Cuba in this type of situation is not supposed to be permanent. Clearly, right? So it's temporary. You have something proven, you have something tangible. We can feel this. This is printed. It has a barcode that, you know, it is supportive of a temporary situation. So we have to find all those temporary situations of a location where all those temporary situations could have resonance to support it becoming, going from temporary to coming from, you know, changing, or whatever has to happen, who have been affected mentally, emotionally, or physically. You know, with regards to this. So that's where that will go. And that's the whole point. It's not like some dream or goal or mission. It's like that's the whole point. I guess that's why, you know, I have like direct, you know, a direct like situation. And, you know, it's not, you know, that's my connection to it, you know. So I've experienced the emotions that went through this, that was going through this. And I'm thinking that everyone that's involved, you know, that I'm supposed to connect with regards to it has an ASSATA somewhere and has been going through it themselves. So this is the proof that it's supposed to be temporary. You know, even if it's a medical situation, that it's supposed to be temporary. So, you know, you're supposed to believe in the truth. And if you don't believe in the truth, then how are you fit to have to represent this type of justice, this type of truth with the industry of law, the industry of public security, not just the profession or the career, the industry of it, the business of it. How are you fit if you don't believe? So, I guess the only thing that I don't have right now with regards to that is some type of 24-hour hotline or something that, or, you know, out there that people could come up and be like, you know what, that's my aunt, that's my mother, you know, and I think they're all women, all female. You know, that's my aunt, that's my mother, that's my sister. You know, she is in this. She has been impacted by this case. You know, yeah, and we want help. All that I have right now is an email, LeleShowsBT, LeleShowsBT@gmail.com. So that's been the Late Late Show with BT, the weekend special ASSATA. Bye.